Howdy, howdy. Good morning. Time to play more. Hey. Well, whatever. Do more Umineko. Been It was quite a time yesterday. Whole lot of stuff happened. That freaking turnaround on Beatrice that Battler did on like the first like closed room, I guess. The thing with Canon was also pretty interesting. It's a bit sad that it wasn't a complete victory there, but he was at least able to convince everyone how Canon couldn't be the culprit. It does make me wonder what's gonna start happening going forward. Oh boy. But yeah, I was thinking I'll probably do the same thing I did yesterday. We'll play some like around 4 hours of this, and then like 3 or 4 hours Expedition 33. I want to play both games, dude. Alright. Yeah, let's get in before I start talking more about the game. Oh, woke up a lot earlier than I usually do. I like getting tired, but I ate a nice good breakfast. Man, Canon's portrait is just completely black. That's sad. Also, this thing here. So I guess we got next. Well, I was gonna say fourth Twilight, but no. Maybe the third Twilight? Hmm. Alright, last we left off, Battler was able to convince everyone that Canon couldn't be the killer, but where do we go from there? And then I'm also thinking back on my thoughts on how Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa are the most suspicious to me. Okay. Hmm. I wonder if that's strange pick. But I don't know, because a lot of the evidence always goes back to pointing towards one of the servants. But could they actually be the ones involved in everything going on here? Coffee's still steaming hot. I don't know. Go back a few messages. And it's made up. In order to deny the wish, she would sacrifice anyone. That's what her eyes told me. Me, I denied the wish. But I wasn't prepared to lose anything. I was probably the one who seemed to be fighting the most, and yet, the one who was most separated from reality. With Jessica's death, it became certain that the culprit was hiding somewhere nearby and that they'd come for our lives if they had the chance. Okay. Let's just jump right back in there then. According to Genji-san, when tomorrow morning comes, the boat should arrive. Boat had a radio. We'd probably be able to contact the police directly with that. All of us gathered in the parlor and decided to wait quietly until tomorrow. I proposed that we should search throughout the mansion for clues about the culprit, but Aunt Rosa rejected that, saying that if we managed to corner the culprit, or maybe provoke them, it might lead to a third murder. That was probably the right thing to do. If a bunch of amateurs like us investigated, there's no way we'd find anything. It'd be wisest to focus on protecting ourselves without doing anything unnecessary and leave it to the police starting tomorrow. We've been tense at the beginning, but We've been tense at the beginning, but other than Aunt Rosa, most of us had spent all morning watching TV and getting bored, so our sense of danger had faded considerably. Oh, thinking back to this scene? I was looking at that stained glass thing, like up top, wondering if there were any like details in that, but really, I think looks fancy. When we thought about it, yes, 6 adults had certainly been killed together in the first murder, but that made it seem like some backhanded method like poison had been used. As for the second murder, we figured those two became sacrifices because they'd been unfortunately isolated from the rest of us. From this, it was possible to imagine that the culprit wasn't a large number of adults, that they wouldn't be capable of killing this large group gathered in the parlor all at once. Right now, in this parlor, there's George, Aniki, and me. Ria, Rosa, Genji-san, Goda-san, Shan-san, Masawa-san, and then Dr. Nanjo for a total of 9 people. Furthermore, Aunt Rosa was even armed with a gun. Surely, with this many people staying in this room, they wouldn't be able to touch us so easily. Ow. Howdy darn. That feeling of security, along with the passage of time, allowed us to recover from the shock of the morning bit by bit. By the way, lunchtime had just ended for us. However, it had been canned food lunch, a far cry from the dinner last night that Goto-san had skillfully made for us. That Rosa also suspected that poison may have been used in the first murder, so we probably couldn't deny the possibility that the culprit had snuck into the kitchen during all that confusion in the morning and mixed poison in with the ingredients there. Things feel like they're moving faster than they did the first round. Although I think I said that before. So that whole canned food thing, someone's armed with a gun. They're all gathered together, not really allowed to leave. I'm like drawing more similarities between the two episodes. Anything else similar between the two so far? I don't think so. We talked about like the first locked room, the chapel, and how that was decently similar. Rosa gave orders to all of us saying that until the police came, we mustn't put anything in our mouths except safe things like the canned food. As a cook, Goda-san must have felt very let down. Apparently, eager to display skill anyway, he said he at least wanted to grab some plates and arrange the canned food on them. Oh, it's... Okay, dude, it's not... You don't need to be that serious, man. What are you gonna do with canned food? At first, Aunt Rosa had been reluctant, examining each one of the plates that were brought. She hadn't been able to find anything to complain about. And Goda's chef's pick canned food lunch combo was born. Goda-san said something about taste being savored, not just with the tongue, but with the eyes as well. I see, it's the same kind of food we ate for breakfast, but it feels like something completely different. Dude really wants to impress people, man. Also, when did this get a bit like that, right? Never mess with that. How does it readjust itself? Alright, what's Maria saying? Oh? I was sitting lazily on the sofa with no desire to watch TV. Maria came over, pulled a picture book out of her handbag, and held it out to me. Little puzzle book? Wolf and Sheep's Puzzle. Your wolves and sheep puzzle. It was a phrase that Aunt Rosa had said this morning when we gone to call on Jessica. At the time, I hadn't known what it meant, and right after that was that uproar when Jessica's corpse was found, so I'd forgotten about it completely. The book that Maria held out to me looked like a foreign picture book, or something that had been translated. When I opened it, I realized it was a book stuffed with riddles.
おう、
The Riddler.
何匹かの狼と羊よね。一台のボートを使って対岸まで連れてくパズルなの。
Oh, I remember this puzzle from the Professor Layton game, the Curious Village, I believe. The DS.
ああ、そんなルールのゲームを聞いたことあるな。
Except it was like little chicks instead of sheep, I think. Same premise though. How do you get them all across, like the river with one boat without them, like all eating each other?
これはそれの狼と羊バージョンなのか。
Oh. Puzzle description? It was a very simple puzzle, passed on from long ago. Just try posing a question. On the right bank there are 2 wolves and 2 sheep. There's a boat with as many as 2 There's a boat that as many as 2 animals can ride on, and using it, you have to move all 4 of them to the opposite left bank. That's the puzzle. There are 2 rules. The first is regarding the boat. Even a single wolf or a single sheep can paddle it, but it can only hold 2 animals. The second rule is regarding the wolves. When they are greater in number than the sheep in any location, they attack the sheep and it's game over. For example, at the start of the game, let's say 2 sheep got in a boat and go to the other side. And one sheep gets off and the other goes back to the first bank. When it does, there are 2 wolves on the first bank and a single sheep returns there. When that happens, the number of wolves is greater, so the sheep is attacked and it's game over. On either bank or even the boat, there must never be more wolves than sheep. And you gotta shuttle them all across under these conditions. A lot of variations of the exact puzzle. Seems like a pretty popular, like, simple puzzle, yeah. By the way, the right answer is to move both wolves to the opposite bank in the first turn. Then one wolf comes back. Then on the second turn, you move 2 sheep to the opposite bank. Then 1 wolf comes back. And on the third turn, you put the last wolf that was on the right bank on the boat and cross it to the opposite bank. And congratulations, transport successful. The one in Professor Layton was a bit more... was slightly more complicated. Slightly. It just had 3 of each instead of 2. Still figuring out. Think faster, idiot. Stupid. Part way, there may be the same number of wolves and sheep on the boat on either side, but that isn't a problem. You only lose when the number of wolves is greater. This book uses wolves and sheep as an example, but lots of people already know this game using different characters. Looked like Maria wanted to test whether I too could solve the puzzle she knew how to solve. She kept showing me different pages. Thanks, solve this one, and this one's hard. So what was happening when Aunt Rosa first mentioned this puzzle? That's right. When we decided to go and get Jessica, we talked about how many men should go. Aunt Rosa mentioned the wolves and sheep puzzle, saying we should all go together.
おいおい。
That could only mean one thing. Aunt Rosa was saying there was a wolf among us. So she was thinking that we'd be safe if the number of wolves and sheep was in balance, but that the wolves would bare their fangs if the situation changed? The time we found our parents' corpses, Aunt Rosa already suspected that the servants might be wolves. She sniffed out the possibility of that. While she didn't know whether it was all of them or some of them, there were wolves hiding among them. That's no surprise. That murder scene was very elaborate. It's easy to imagine there were multiple culprits. Elaborate? A finely set table? It was Goda. I told you I didn't like him. Because he reached that conclusion when we went to Jessica's room and learned that Jessica had been killed after being alone with a servant, Canon, it isn't hard to imagine why Aunt Rose suspected the servant so persistently.
使用人の皆さん、合田さんが食器を洗いに厨房に戻ります。念のためです。皆さんも同行してください。
皆さん、申し訳ありません。団体行動で参りましょう。
Do you need to go and wash the dishes in this kind of situation? Just leave them be. Who cares? Get You can do it the next day, dude.
シャノン、熊沢、行くぞ。
はいはい、ただいま。
それではジョージさん、一度失礼いたします。
Be careful.
気をつけて。
Yep.
あ、ローザおばさん。僕も一緒に行っていいかな。
Bye.
ごめんなさい。ジョージ君は残ってくれるかしら。ちょっとお話ししたいことがあるの。
Oh?
そうですか。シャノン、ごめん。とにかく気をつけて。一人にならないでね。
はい。
南條先生、すみません。ちょっと
Oh,
ご
Dr.
相談
Nanjo
が。
too?
はい、何ですかな。
The servants put the dishes in empty cans, serving cart, and started to head out into the corridor. Behind them, Aunt Rosa was talking to Dr. Nanjo about something in a small voice. You don't get to hear?
わかりました。参りましょう。
ええ。よろしくお願いしますね。
What, do you using Nanjo to spy on them, making sure they aren't suspicious? Dr. Nanjo closed the book he had been reading, rose from the sofa, and followed after the servants. Aunt Rosa stuck her head out into the hallway, and after seeing that they were completely out of sight, she closed the door and spoke.
みんな聞いて。
I don't trust any of them. I'm gonna blast them all.
これで今ここにいるのは、後ろ宮の人間だけね。
確かにそうなりますね。
狼を全部追い出したってことっすか、ローザおばさん。
With that one sentence, Aunt Rosa's gaze grew sharp. Apparently, she had picked up on his sarcasm. He laughed lightly.
バトラ君は頭の回転が速いのね。
See, Maria was showing me
賢
this
い子は
puzzle.
好きよ。話が早いわ。
So, dude, what? You let them go and then you're not gonna let them back in? This is the Kinzo's room thing all over again. Speaking of which, Kinzo's alive still? Are we sure about that? What happened with you and Kinzo? How did he allow you to even bring that gun back? We have more servants at home? I have an orphanage full of them.
バトラー、頭いい？
Yeah, he solved all your puzzles in your Brittle book, didn't he?
これ解ける？ 64ページの難しいの。
Age 64.
マリアは少しの間テレビを見ていなさい。ママはバトラ君たちとお話があるの。
おお。
ローザおばさん、パズルの話はバトラ君に聞いたよ。用心深いのは悪いことじゃないと思うけど、さすがに疑り深すぎるのもどうかと思うよ。
真の犯人がベアトリーチェかどうかは別にして、少なくとも使用人たちがその一味であることを疑うことはできると思うの。
True enough, even I
兄
suspect
さん
them.
たちが殺されていた最初の殺人。とても残酷な仕打ちがされていたわよね。あれが一人でできる真似に見える。
謎の来客、ベアトリーチェ様が夜鍋をして、チクチクやったのかもしれねえぜ。
Possible, I mean... You haven't seen her this entire time, right?
ジェシカちゃんの部屋の扉をめぐるマスターキンの件は、使用人の誰かが関わっている証拠じゃない。
Only the master key could have locked the door to Jessica's room. We could only suppose that one of the servants did it. Oh. Wait.
チェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。おかしいよ、ローザおばさん。なんで犯人はジェシカを殺した後、 わざわざ施錠したんだ。施錠すればマスターキーの持ち主が疑われるのは必然。わざわざ施錠する必要がないぜ。
そうだよ。バトラ君の言う通りだ。わざわざ疑われるようなことをする理由がない。
うん、それは面白い考えよね。もちろん私もそれは考えた。
Okay, and?
だとしたら施錠した人物は使用人を疑わせたくてマスターキーなしであの扉を閉めた。でもそれは不可能でしょ。
That's right. There's existed some trick that could lock a door without a master key that would make this great. Just make this a great disguise for casting doubt on the servants. Jeez, why was that so hard to read? If the culprit's goal was for us to isolate ourselves from the group so they could attack us one by one, this trick would also be effective at giving rise to paranoia. How many people did she just chase out? 5? How many more were needed? 5? Things ain't looking too good. If the culprits go... Oh, right, I already did that. Whoops. But there's no way to lock a door without using a master key. I guess they all have, like, huge clunky locks and not, like, the simple one like I have on my door where you just twist a little thing on the doorknob. All basically, like, deadbolts or something, I guess.
マスターキーを使わずに閉める方法がないなんてどうして言い切れるの？
Well, Beatrice told me it was declared in red.
ルドルフ兄さんの言っていた悪魔の証明になるんじゃない？私たちには想像もつかない方法で閉められたのかもしれない。
Blocked by some method we can't think of.
私たちに思いつかないからといって未知のトリックがあることを否定することにはならない。
そりゃそうだけどよ。つまりあれか、疑わしきは黒ってわけなのか。
No smoke,
具体的な
fire.
トリックはわからないけれど、それでも外角はわかるの。申し訳ないけど、カノン君を犯人だと仮定すると非常に簡単に説明できる。
But he can't be.
死体がない理由までね。
だってカノン君はマスターキーを持ってなかったんですよ。
Well, reason, Rosa, you do great in Umineko. She would. Wait.
他の使用人ならともかくカノン君にだけは施錠はできなかったはず。
なるほど。それでローザおばさんはジェシカの部屋に入って早々に俺たちにクローゼットなんかを探せと言い出したわけか。ローザおばさんこそ普段の様子から想像できるより頭の回転が速いな。
妹の頭の回転速度は常に姉マイナス1よ。
The brain speed of a little sister, it's always the big sister's -1. Yeah, I was thinking power that almost rivals Eva's. I was gonna say she's at least not as mean, but I don't know. She's very mean to Maria sometimes.
今は誰にも気を使う必要がないからせいせいするわ。
George Aniki realized she was referring to Eva, and seemed a little uncertain how he should take that sarcasm.
ごめん。
Just don't be your child in your
僕にも分かるように説明してほしいな。カノン君のマスターキーはジェシカちゃんのポケットに入って密室に閉じ込められていた。施錠した後に部屋の外からポケットに入れるなんてゲートは不可能なはず。
違うんだよ兄貴。ローザおばさんの想像しているやり方ならこのトリックはカノン君にしか使えない。そしてジェシカのポケットにマスターキーを入れたまま 鍵なしで施錠することができる。そしてその結果として死体もなくなることになる。
どうやって、鍵なしでどうやって施錠するんだい？
簡単よ。ジョージ君だって帰宅したら施錠するでしょ。つまみをひねって感じるとね。
But they do have those kinds of
ま
doors.
さか。いや、でもカノン君の姿はどこにも。
兄貴にもピンときたみてえだな。ローザおばさんが室内を探したのはそういうことだ。内側から鍵を閉め、ジェシカのポケットに鍵を突っ込んだカノン君がどこかに隠れて俺たちをやり過ごそうとしているのを探したんだ。
It was the simplest kind of closed room trick. Meant him hiding inside the closed room after the murder was committed. And all he had to do was get out after those who discovered the body left and close the room. And the closed room would work perfectly.
私たちはあの部屋を探したけれど何もでもだからといってあの部屋に使用人
Always comes back to hidden passages.
秘密の隠し通路のようなものがないとは言えない。それがどこに隠されていたかはわからないけれど、その隠し通路を仮定し推理することで彼しかありえないと断言できるのよ。
But a hidden passage to Jessica's room? Really? Oh. Banter
そ
time.
の推理はよ、俺も一番最初に考えた一番嫌な推理だから、一番最初にその可能性を潰したかった。
カノンはこの部屋で殺されたであろう。
And declared in...
そなたはカノンが犯人であると疑いそうになったため、真っ先にその可能性を潰すためにこれを復唱させたのだ。わかっておるわかっておる。
Let me reread that, just in case I didn't understand. Cannon was killed in his... I really suspected Cannon was the culprit, so you made me repeat this to destroy that possibility right off the bat.
だからその次に考えたのはこうだった。あの部屋にいたのは実は3人だったという説だ。ジェシカとカノン君は被害者、そして犯人である来客ベアトリーチェも一緒にいたという考えだ。
そなたは人間であるわらわが魔法を使わずに犯行を行ったことにしたいのだ
A
ったな。
human me.
なるほど、そなたにぴったりの陳説であるぞ。
お前は2人を殺し内側から施錠した。そしてカノン君の死体を担いで普通の人は気づかない秘密の方法、つまり隠し扉を使って部屋から脱出したんだと読んだ。
I don't know, I still think maybe just tossed the body out the window and locked it again. Did they... They didn't really check the windows or like open them and look outside. Look at the bottom, see freaking Cannon's corpse there. Like that one gif, freaking Garfield gif of forget his name, John just opening a trash can.
しかしお前に赤で言われちまった。あの部屋に隠し扉の類はないってな。
うん。お前たちの知らない秘密の通路は存在せぬぞ。
There can exist, but you didn't say it in red.
ノックスだったかバンダインだったか、何でもミステリーには秘密の通路があってはいけないらしい。そのお作法にわらわも従ったということよ。つまり名探偵は部屋を調べ尽くさずして隠し通路がないと断言できるわけだ。人間の推理ごっことはなんとお気楽なものよの。
くそ、でけえこと言いやがるぜ。ありがとよ、魔女様のお取り計らいのおかげで 俺も部屋を探し尽くさずに、あの部屋に隠し扉がないと断言できるぜ。
うん。この部屋に隠
nice.
し扉はない。
There are no hidden doors in this room. Is it half truth? She talking about that's Jessica's room when she says this? She could be playing a trick and meaning the parlor.
扉と窓以外に出入りする方法はない。
There's no way to get in or out other than the door and the window.
ってことはよ。今、ローザおばさんがぶってる自信満々の仮説は。
It's funny how both times that she stated the second one, there's no way to get in or out other than door and windows. I wonder why specifically she would even mention the windows in the first place. I don't know, because he didn't, and you probably immediately start thinking about the windows.
間違ってるってわけだ。しかも悔しいことに、この仮説は反証不能だ。魔女のお前は赤で。隠し扉はないと断言すれば、それで決着する。
Dude, he did it too! How did you do that?
しかし人間の俺は、ローザおばさんにそれを反論しても受け入れられないだろう。隠し扉がないことを人間は証明
Humans
できない。
can't prove there's no hidden door.
悪魔の証明になっちまう。くそ。魔女ってのは便利だな。
Alright.
そんな
We can't disprove
あ
her
るか
then?
ないかもわからない隠し扉を理由にカノン君を犯人呼ばわりするなんて僕は納得できないな。
納得できないならより納得できる推理を聞かせて。
Alright, Battler, you're up.
ないのよ。私はずっと考えてる。これしかないのよ。ジョージ君はシャノンちゃんと仲が良かったわね。だから使用人全員が犯人であることは受け入れがたいと思うの。私もシャノンちゃんが犯人の一味であるなんて信じたくない。でも全員であるか否かはともかく、確実にあの中に犯人もしくは共犯がいるのよ。それだけは見誤っちゃダメ。
カノン君以外にも狼がいると見てたんだな。ジェシカの部屋で犯人はカノン君だと大騒ぎしたのは使用人たちの反応を見るためだったっていうのか。
ええ、そうよ。
Is
そ
that
して
right
その
though?
結果、私は一層の疑いを持つに至ったわ。確実に使用人の中に狼がいる。確実にね。
Certainly? How can you
そして
tell?
狼と羊のパズルのように普段はおとなしくしているけれど、チャンスがあったら襲ってくるに違いないの。
The reason for being so certain.
ジェシカちゃんは一人で船に乗った羊よ。あのパズルでは頭数の時は襲ってこないけど、私たちのパズルは違う。チャンスと人数次第なら頭数でも襲ってくる。ジェシカちゃんが殺されたように。
僕は怒りたいことがある。
You let Shannon with them.
じゃあ厨房へ行かされてるシャノンは危険な状態じゃないか。今すぐ僕たちも厨房へ行くべきだ。誰が狼だろうと狼でなかろうと、僕たち全員が揃っていれば均衡するならそれを保ち続けるべきだと。
シャノンちゃんは
Sorry,
お父様のところへ源氏さんと一緒に行った。
skip that too fast.
その時に孤立したはずなのに殺されなかった。源氏さんも狼ではないから。違うわ。二人とも狼だったからよ。
George isn't gonna like that.
シャノンは悪事の片棒を担ぐような人じゃない。いくらローザおばさんでもそれは聞き流せません。 今の発言に対し僕は取り消しを要求します。
兄貴の前で悪いが、その論法エヴァおばさんの雰囲気にそっくりだな。こっちが反論できなきゃ自動的に自分が正しいみたいな。
Woohoo.
やっぱり血は争えないな、おばさん。
私だって今の自分はあまり褒められたものじゃないとは思ってる。でもね、私は母なの。マリアの無事を守るためなら鬼にもなるわ。
There's this again. Just like Natsui to protect Jessica, she's doing this to protect Maria. That's a bit harder to believe than the whole, like, Natsui and Jessica, though. After what we've seen. It doesn't have as much of an impact.
本当ならマリアと二人きりでどこかに閉じこもっていたいくらいよ。でも私は同時にあなたたちの母でもあるつもりなの。今やあなたたちは私の子供も同然。私は自分の子じゃないからといってあなたたちを見捨てたりしない。絶対。
そりゃどうも。
私はあなたたちの母として油断しないでと警告したかっただけなの。常に私の目の届くところにいて。
Hey, where I can see you at all times.
私があなたたちを守ってあげる。
ついでに俺たちが狼でないことも監視してくれるってわけだ。そりゃありがたいぜ。そういうおばさんは自分が狼ではないって証明はできるのかよ。
ええ、できるわ。
Oh, yeah?
即答っすね。どうやって？
これよ。これが証拠よ。
Aunt Rosa lifted the gun and pointed the barrel at me, and then her finger slipped and blasted. But it was only for an instant. She immediately lowered the gun, laughing impishly. Someone needs to take that gun away from her, dude. But to me, that time I spent staring down the barrel of that gun felt like an eternity.
その銃がどうローザおばさんが犯人でないことを証明するというんですか？
考えてもみて。私が犯人だったらどう？使用人たちが出ていったこの千載一遇の機会を逃すと思う？あなたたちをズドンと撃って、あとは適当な言い訳をするだけよ。
Would you be able to think of a fitting excuse after firing that gun that I'm pretty sure is loud enough to be heard throughout the entire mansion? Surely the servants would come running in here to check what was going on before he had a chance to think of anything.
窓の外にベアトリーチェが現れて銃を撃ってきた。とかね。
Yeah, I'm sure they would believe
私は
that.
2発を撃ち返したと称して、2発分の空薬莢を床に捨てればいい。
そりゃすげえ乱暴な理論だが、確かに一理あるぜ。
クラウス兄さんが昔よく言ってたわ。力こそ正義ってね。
Might is
これがまさに
right.
そうなのかしら。ごめんなさいね、二人。私も今朝からの事件続きでかなり冷静さを失ってる。
Only somewhat?
普段の私を知る二人から見れば、今の私は余裕がなくて少し短気そうに見えるかもしれない。でも分かってる。私は悪意ある犯人からあなたたちを守りたい。そのためには鬼になる。それだけのことなの。怒らせるようなことを言ってごめんなさいね。バトラ君、ジョージ君、仲直りしましょう。
An unsatisfied expression rode to George Anaki's face. Probably couldn't forgive the damage done to Shannon's armor. Armor? Honor. What about me? Several bits of circumstantial evidence hinted at the servants' participation. I didn't want to believe that one of them was the culprit, or possibly colluding with the culprit. And in our current situation, that was a little more than wishful thinking. Whom should I believe? In the first place, who's the culprit? Are there accomplices? If so, how many? Seemed only to be suspecting the people we know. I quickly forgot that 19th person. The guest Beatrice who arrived yesterday and boldly claimed to be the Golden Witch. In fact, I still haven't seen her face. She greatly resembled the witch in that portrait, but since I haven't seen her directly, no matter how hard I try, it doesn't really feel to me like a 19th person is on this island. So I've been subconsciously hallucinating the culprit's one of the 18. Damn it. Come out, Beatrice. If you're the bad guy, then act like the bad guy and show yourself, laughing in a high-pitched voice and mocking us. Just like a bad guy in one of those dramas who, even though they're exposed as a culprit, aggressively says, "Where's your proof?"
証拠は終わりかの
There, she did it!
うっせえ。てめえしばらく黙ってろ。
Nice cutting. There were 5 humans in the kitchen, but it was very quiet, filled only with the sound of rain. It was only accented by the sound of Shannon and Kumisawa washing the dishes. Godo was using leftovers from breakfast and lunch as ingredients for a soup. Rosa suspected that poison might have been added to the food and decided to eat canned goods, but it hadn't been too satisfying. Godo thought she was being too cautious, though he was spontaneously creating soup to be served only to those who wanted some. Shannon and Kumasawa were washing the dishes that the food had been arranged on. On the inside, they thought maybe Goda should wash them since he'd been the one who wanted the food arranged on plates in the first place. But they left their complaints unsaid for the time being. Angie and Nanjo were facing each other across a crude chess set that had many years of experience. So they're playing chess together again. Was that also in the kitchen? Like, in the first episode? Alright, true. They're furniture. They can't be humans. The game had still only just begun, and because the opening of these experienced players had been honed to perfection, it looked like a ceremony where they just moved specific pieces in a specified order.
良い匂いですね。やはり缶詰ではこうはいきませんね。
開封した食材だけで作りましたので、毒が混入しているなんてことはありませんよ。皆さんの分もお作りしていますので、ぜひ食べましょう。もちろん私もお毒味しますよ。安心して召し上がってください。
本当にいい匂いですね。
Whoa, Goda? Being nice?
ゴー
That
ダ
makes
さん
him
のま
more
かない料理
suspicious.
は本当に美味しいです。
美味しい材料を買ってきて、美味しい料理が作れるのは当たり前です。私は師匠に、あり合わせのもので美味しく作るまかない料理を極めてこそ、真の料理人だと習いました。
それはいい師匠でしたな。おかげで私はとても美味しいスープをごちそうになれそうです。
I could probably go for some soup.
親族の皆様にお召し上がりいただくための材料で作ることになってしまったのは残念です。ローザさんも朝からのいろいろでお疲れ
I
なの
could
で
go
しょ
for
う。
a nice vegetable soup. Just chunk a whole bunch of random vegetables in a pot. No meat, just all vegetables.
無理もないことです。
でもそのおかげで美味しい食材のスープが飲めるのですからね。
Rosa had fervently warned everyone that they didn't understand the danger they were in, but they must assume that poison was mixed with the food. The mood at the time had led them to agree. But hunger wasn't something that could be swayed by a momentary emotion like that.
皮肉にも、普段の私たちではとても味わえないスープとなりました。できるなら、客間の皆さんにもぜひ振る舞いたいところなのですが。
ローザ様のご指示に背いている以上、よした方がいいだろ 飲みたいものだけ飲むといい。
ほほほほほ。見えないところで上手に息抜きするのも使用人の心得でございますものね。
When Kumasawa cackled, Yana and Goda laughed too. It seemed that in this space where only their fellow servants were gathered, they could relax quite a bit. Yana didn't like Goda's occasional dishonesty, but she knew that there was no falsehood in his childish smile when he cooked, nor in his desire for people to enjoy his food. So even though it was a little aggravating to be made to wash the dishes, she couldn't really hate him. I can. I do it for you. However, they couldn't have dreamed that Rosa was calling them wolves in the parlor at exactly the same moment they were spending their time peacefully like this. Oh. At that time, several of the servants heard a sound like something being dragged and then a thump. It seemed like the sound made by a servant outside the back door when they were carrying a mountain of trash bags on a rainy day. Or maybe when a servant was returning from work wearing a raincoat. So at first the sound didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary to any of them. But they soon realized, right now, everyone was either in the kitchen or in the parlor, so who could possibly be at the back door? As the servants all looked at each other, they checked to make sure that each of them knew what that sound meant.
誰でございます？
Beatrice. The servants knew the mansion's layout well, so they understood how incomprehensible it would be for someone from the parlor to actually go outside in this typhoon. Go all the way around and come up to this back door. And was it Kinzo? They couldn't imagine that Kinzo, who never left his study, would dash out in the middle of this typhoon and come to the back of the house where only low-class people ever entered or exited.
気のせいじゃないですよね。
What's going on? Who is it? Shannon and Kumasawa drew close together, fearfully looking at the back door.
どちら様ですか？
Goda, you're huge. You can probably deck someone in the face real easily, right? As Goda fearfully approached the back door, he called out, and his eyes flashed toward the butcher's knife that sat nearby in the sink. Whoa. He didn't pick it up yet, because there was still a possibility that this was some member of the family. However, that possibility was impossible. There was no response from across the door to Goda's initial question. Maybe his voice had been so quiet that it hadn't reached through the wind and rain outside. Maybe it's the culprit just freaking dropping Kanon's body, like, outside or something.
源氏さん。
南條先生と女たちは下がって。一体どなたなんですかな。
Genji took a knife with a classical design from a stationery box placed near the chess set. Ooh, Genji with the weapon, dude. It was something to be used instead of a paper knife to open envelopes for statements of delivery and bills. But it was still a knife. That the blade could injure someone. Genji hit it in his sleeve with a well-practiced motion. Really? Why are you practicing that? Then he approached the back door himself, giving Goda a silent nod. Goda cautiously approached the back door and slowly started to open it. Just rip it open fast, surprise whoever is there. Oh? The shadow of the person suddenly shuffled into sight, landed on its knees and fell over. Goda fell backwards onto his backside and couldn't get up. The human shadow was soaked with rain, smeared with mud, and drenched with blood.
カノン、大丈夫か。南條先生。
Dead. It was Kanon. His breath was feeble and the puddles of mud he left were quickly drenched bright red. When Andro held him and turned his face up, there was a deep, gruesome wound in the center of his chest, as though he'd been stabbed there with a spear or something. Even now, deep red blood... Bled? Deep red blood poured out from there.
これはひどいですよ。
But he was fully dead, wasn't he? What do you mean shallow like breaths? Or a breath with feeble, like any sort of breath at all, really.
どうしましょう。救急箱ですか？救急箱ですか？
カノンさん、傷口に手を当ててしっかり押さえてください。使用人室のベッドに運びましょう。皆さん手を貸してください。
さあカノンさん、しばらく我慢してください。
しっかりして。もう大丈夫よ。だから傷口から手を離さないで。
This really canon?
とにかく使用人室へ運ぼう。熊沢ローザ様にカノンが見つかったことの報告を。
待って、ローザ様にはダメ。
待ってください。カノンさんがローザ様にはダメだと言っています。
どういう意味なの、カノン君。
Yeah, what's going on?
今はいい。早く使用人室へ運ぼう。熊沢、ローザ様にはまだお伝えするな。カノンに事情を聞いてからにする。
Yeah, I told him not to tell Rosa, right after appearing in this state. This could only mean something very disquieting. An eerie anxiety rose to their faces.
さあ皆さん、急いで運びましょう。早く早く。
And alright, so I was gonna go on a theory of maybe what actually happened in that room, but Beatrice said so herself, and Red too, that he was killed in that room. So this can't be him, right? And what's this all about? Kanon's wound was unbelievably deep, and judging from Nanjo's pale face, it was a miracle that he was still conscious. Shut your face.
これはひどい。何か槍のようなもので刺されたようです。肺まで届いてなければなんとか持つかも。とにかく止血を。
Ooh, what's going on? No matter how much Nanjo tried to wipe that gushing, deep red blood, he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it, he couldn't do it, he couldn't... He couldn't do it, he couldn't do it, he couldn't wipe it all away. Jumbled words there really messed with me. And each time the wound was aggravated, causing Kanon to cry out in anguish.
カノン君、カノン君、カノン君、しっかりして、しっかりして。
南條先生、替えのタオルです。なんてむごい。
容体はどうですか？本音を言うと生きているのが信じられん深手だ。刺されどころが幸運だったのかもしれん。だが出血がひどすぎる。輸血が必要だが明日まで無理だ。
Kanon-kun, what are your last words here?
ローザ様が僕たちを
Come up to us.
喋らないで、カノン君。
Oh, he needs to talk. It's the very last thing he can do. He's not living through this.
傷口が開いちゃう。
ローザ様がやってきてお嬢様と僕は
なんですって。
ローザ様がですか？おお、 おお、そんなことって、そんなことって。
間違いないのか？
はい、間違いなくローザ様でした。
さあ、もう喋らないで。熊沢さん、もう一つの救急箱を取ってください。
源氏さん、ローザ様がなんてことはあり得るのでしょうか？
So what's repeat that in red. I I want to I want to do some freaking theory crafting here, but I feel like I can't. The Beatrice said in red that he died in that room. He's if this is actually him, he's clearly not dead now. What's with this contradiction here, dude? Hmm. Sorry, I'm like thinking while I sip my coffee here about what is going on. How would he have revived himself, though? Is the... Is maybe the red text not 100% the truth, but only what the witch believes can be the truth? I don't know if that makes sense, because then the punches holes in some things, I think. His start hop... start hop. His heart stopped for only 1 second, and that's enough to declare he's dead. Twin brother? Hmm... But then I go back to how Beatrice specifically mentions the only way in or out is through the window. And I remember after that she mentioned that the windows were locked from the inside. That again, I guess. Well, I don't know. Murderer disguised as Rosa here. Let's go with this train of thought for a bit. Disguised as Rosa. Offs to both of them. Maybe does that thing I was talking about before our last stream, where they toss Canon's body out the window to like hide it and try to more easily pin the blame on the servants. But Canon isn't fully dead yet. The killer just thinks that he was, because how could you survive a straight shot to the chest? So, Canon, being the base dude he is, gets up and works his way all the way to the servant door to the kitchen. And then that's how we're here now. Hmm. But then that's what I want to think. But Beatrice with the freaking red text saying that he was killed in that room just keeps stopping me. It's not magic. Alright, my new line of thinking here is that the red text can't be 100% truths. Only what the witch believes can be the 100% truth, right? But then if you think with that line of logic, she could have easily just said that the envelope with the chapel key was always in like Maria's possession with red text. But if she's the one that did the murders and she knows that the key was swapped at some point, then she can't declare it in red, right? Maybe it still works out. The theory that I have then. Which brings me back to thinking that the killer is probably a woman. Would you disguise yourself as Rosa so well? But then again, that just brings me back to Kumasawa. But is that too convenient because she's also a servant? But you need to know the layout of this mansion pretty well to start pulling some of these things off, wouldn't you? I'm like eating a mint right now as I think. Thinking mint. I want to see where this goes before I start thinking more. I'm going off of like one sentence that Canon has said so far. Just regarding Nanjo and Kumasawa, who were struggling hard and stained with blood as they tried to stop the bleeding, Genji and Goda faced each other. Because what if Canon had said was the... Because if what Canon had said was the truth, Rosa was the culprit who killed Jessica.
ローザめよくもお嬢様を殺してやる
And then screamed even more hatefully. Hate-filled voice made it seem like he was seeing Jessica being harmed right before his eyes.
確かにローザ様がお嬢様を殺す理由はあるかもしれない。後ろ宮家が全滅すれば遺産は全てローザ様のもの。だとしたらバトラー様やジョージ様も危険なのでは。
So there's this similarity of if everyone's dead, all the inheritance goes to me. I think that was something with Eva though. Like, I guess it was around this time in episode 1, where I think it was her and Battler speaking. It's so weird. There's so many similarities, but everything's jumbled up in a like almost a completely different way. Mm.
ローザ様は銃を持っている上に今客間には彼らしかいない。源氏さん、これはかなりまずいことでは。
You're gonna say you can't do anything because you're furniture? Then it's only ran out into the corridor. Her expression was complex and tragic, as though she didn't know what to believe. Shannon ran. To where? The inside of the mansion had been scrupulously cleaned, so it probably wouldn't be easy to find. You might find it if she searched the rose garden, but they probably all been lost in this wind and rain. Oh! The boiler room again. That's right, the boiler room isn't cleaned very often. If she went there, she might be able to find it. It? That? Shannon ran downstairs to find that in the underground boiler room. Flashlight? Place has been cleaned. What would you find in a place that wasn't cleaned very often? Inside a mansion of a group of things, so she probably wouldn't be easy to find. Might find it if she searched the rose garden, but they probably all been lost. The rain. Boiler room isn't clean. If she went there, she might be able to find it. Something that could be in the mansion. Something in the rose garden. But might be lost in the wind. And could be in the boiler room because the boiler room isn't cleaned often. What is she talking about? Thus, she's gonna pocket San Rosa to stop her from shooting them? But they probably all been lost in this. All? Rose garden. Rose. Something that might be in the rose garden. You would think roses, obviously. But that wouldn't be in the boiler room. Something that's easily lost in the wind or rain. My next thought was maybe an umbrella, but that wouldn't make sense. Why would you leave an umbrella, like, outside in a rose garden? Probably all been lost in the wind or rain. Paper? Posters? I'm trying to think. Gardening tools? What kind of gardening tools would be lost in the wind? All been lost. What is she searching for? I can't think of anything that might actually be it. I think. Cloth? Maybe like another raincoat, like what apparently Canon was wearing just earlier. What did Canon see, or what was found during that whole thing in the boiler in episode 1? I think it was just like not a flashlight. Canon found what using something to try to attack the witch in episode 1. I don't remember what it was. Anyway, I guess we'll continue. Did the medicine take effect at the brink of death, or was Canon finally beyond feeling pain? For the time being, at least Canon's painful gasping has subsided. He's still alive? Nanjo apparently didn't view this as a very good sign and didn't let his eyes off Canon for a second. Masawa firmly gripped Canon's hand and kept encouraging him, saying that the willpower keeping him alive didn't fade. Hold on. Masawa firmly gripped Kanon's hand and kept encouraging him, so that the willpower keeping him alive didn't fade away. Alright, there we go. Genji and Goda seemed uncertain how to respond to the truth Kanon risked his life to deliver.
ローザ様の銃は確か4発か5発の弾が込められたはずだ。
決して少ない数ではないですね。でもあの銃は弾の装填に結構な慣れが必要だったはず。
How practiced is she?
一発目は撃たせてしまうかもしれませんが、みんなで襲いかかれば次を撃たせずに銃を奪い取れるかも。
Talking about just attacking Rosa.
この島には医者はいても薬はなく、病院もない。撃たれどころが悪ければ死ぬぞ。
それは分かっていますが、
You're gonna sacrifice yourself, Goda?
それより早く行動を起こさないとまた次の事件が起こる可能性も。
Then just now to hear a gunshot. Blam!
私たちはローザ様にうまく追い出された気がします。今頃ジョージ様やバトロ様が殺されている可能性も。
そんな危険な相手なら無理に刺激しない方がいいんじゃありませんか。
しかし明日までは長い。どんな手を打ってくるか想像もつきませんよ。源氏さん、こちらから仕掛けるべきです。せめて10歳理由をこじつけて奪えばなんとかなるかも。
弾は45発じゃありませんか。ということは私たち全員を殺すには足りないということです。うかつに刺激しなければきっとローザ様もむやみには。
Just lock the door to pull her and trap her. Those rooms are OP in the series.
あいつは言ったよ。
Said it.
僕たちを皆殺しにすると言った。
Oh. Cannon, who they thought was sleeping quietly, suddenly started talking brightly. Almost as though he'd been awake this whole time and had suddenly opened his mouth. And looked firm and steady, which relieved Nanjo a bit, but considering the depth of that wound, he couldn't wipe away a certain creepy feeling. He knew because he was a doctor. After losing so much blood, Kanon might easily have lost consciousness, and yet somehow he was still intensely aware of his surroundings. This dude cannot be killed. Powered by anger. Servant too angry to die. Was it youth? Or was it tenacity? Sometimes the power of human life surpassed common knowledge. While stopping the bleeding, Nanjo had groped around a bit inside the bleeding hole with tweezers, making sure there was no foreign objects inside the affected area. And the great depth of the wound had shocked him. It had certainly reached as far as his lungs. And yet... No. But... the fact he's still alive is wonderful. But Kanon had spoken clearly. He'd hatefully stated that one named Rosa made this wound, cursing and raging over and over and over. This isn't
あ
canon.
いつは親方様の財産を独り占めするために、台風が過ぎ去るまでにどんな手を使ってでも皆殺しにする気なんだ。
Why are your eyes red? You should change this. No, I'm pretty sure one or maybe both of those demons that Beatrice summoned had red eyes, right?
Kusso. なんて人だ。源氏さん、どうしましょう。私たちにも何か武器がいるのでは。
にわかには信じられん。ローザ様がそのようなことを。
源氏様、信じる信じないじゃない。あいつが僕に、そうこの僕が聞いたんです。どうして信じてくれないんですか。
起きないで。傷に触ります。
Should have made his sprite with like a big old hole in his chest. Fucking Raditz style. Kanon sat up on the bed, speaking to Genji, who didn't seem to be willing to believe Kanon's story.
あいつは僕たちを必ず全員殺す。もうきっと客間の方々も殺されているに違いありません。僕らが先に殺さなければ必ず僕らが先に殺される。僕が先に殺されたようにみんなも先に殺される。
Just like how I was killed first, everyone else will also be killed first.
殺さなきゃ殺される。殺さなきゃ殺される。殺さなきゃ殺される。
カノンさん、あんた本当に痛くないのか？
ああ、これですか。大した傷じゃありません。
大した傷じゃないどころか、
You should be dead, dude.
あんたは
In fact, I'm pretty sure you are.
本当に大したことありません。こんなのもう全然痛くないし、本当に大した傷じゃない。
Sound a bit creepy there. As Canon said that, he began to untie the bandages that had been painstakingly wrapped. The gruesome hole in his chest was immediately exposed.
カノンさん、そんなことをしてはダメですよ。早く横になって。
大丈夫ですって。ほ
Hold
ら
on.
ね、大した傷じゃないでしょ。
Canon showed off his gaping wound, which was still slowly spitting out foamy blood. Everyone averted their eyes reflectively.
ほら、全然大した傷じゃないですって。
やめなさい。傷をいじってはいけません。
ほら、見て。全然深い傷じゃないんですよ。
This meant to be the demon that killed, Canon. Like, disguising themselves as them. Which one was the one that killed Canon? Ethan?
ほら。ほら。
Canon held up two fingers, showed them to everyone, and slowly started to stick them into the gruesome wound right in the center of his chest. Plunging, slimy, squishy, wet. The fingers went in deep, all the way to their bases. He's... Satan of Wrath? You just don't make this weird. It has... I say it has to be a freaking Satan here. He seems pretty weird. And like she would be proud of the wound she made. But she can't be real. What's actually happening? Wish gloop bloop.
カノンさん、やめて、やめて。
Those fingers were sticking all the way into his chest, up to their bases. Then he slowly pulled them out in the exact same way. The fingers he pulled out were stained a sticky, solid, deep red color, and there was even a thread hanging. It's very descripted. The fingers were covered up to their bases in deep red.
あんた、痛い。
ね、全然大した傷じゃ。
Okay. That moment, the door was slammed open and Shannon appeared. He knew this wasn't Canon and, fucking decked him in the face with a sledgehammer she found. Even after she saw Canon stained with fresh blood, her incredible expression didn't falter.
やあ、姉さん。どこへ行っていたの？僕が既得だというのに。一体どこへ？
うん。
Is she holding something?
ボイラー室に行ってきたの。探し物があって。
Holy water. Cha!
それより確かめたいの。あなたは本当にカノン君。
I guess she realized right off the bat that this couldn't have been him. It was only natural. Everyone believed he was Canon, but they couldn't understand the meaning of Shannon's question. When they looked, they noticed that Shannon was holding a handkerchief in her hand. It was filthy and looked like it had been used to wipe up some trash or dust. And while holding that, she approached Canon, drawing closer to his feet.
なんだいそれは。
クモの巣を拭き取ったハンカチよ。
But a spider's web.
なんでそんなものを。
カノン君なら平気だろうけど、もしあなたにとってクモが天敵だったなら。
If spiders are your natural enemy.
やだな。僕がどうして雲を嫌うの。
ごめん、試すね。
シャノンさん。
When Shannon brought that handkerchief close to Cannon's thigh, something happened in an instant. It happened all at once. Human eye couldn't have followed it. Cannon jumped like a wild goat, fleeing from the thing Shannon was holding. Then, from his arm, some kind of afterglow flashed purple, and drew a curve through space. That arc, which drew 3 beautiful purple curves, traced across the throats of Nanjo and Kumasawa, who had been tending to him. And in an instant, Nanjo and Kumasawa's throats opened like gaping mouths, and the blood really started spewing out. The third purple curve could have traced across Shannon's throat, but Shannon wasn't there. Because Genji, who had been behind her, had wrapped his own arm around Shannon's neck and pulled her back. This all happened in an instant. That's what's happening. In the instant it took Goda to think fast and attempt to understand the scene. And let me read this again. Brain going too fast. In the instant it took Goda to think fast in an attempt to understand the scene, the frozen moment in time shattered. Blood was gushing from Nanjo and Kumasawa's torn open necks. Kana jumped and kicked off a picture frame that had been hanging from the wall behind him, bringing forward just like a cat and aiming for Shannon's throat again. The cannon's target once again disappeared in front of him, because Genji had pulled Shannon again, and the two of them had fallen to the ground in a defensive crouch.
いい反射神経だ。この老いぼれ家具が。
ゴーダ
Is Genji gonna pull out the freaking Halo Energy Blade again, dude? Even Goda was no fool. Even if he couldn't fully understand what was going on, he at least realized that if this cannon wasn't seized, his own life would also be in peril. He sprung at Cannon with his huge body, pushing him against the wall with all his weight and physical strength. Goda being kind of cool. Badass. Another purple curve was drawn from the tips of the fingers on Cannon's right hand. When he raised that hand like a sword, aiming for Goda's back, there was a loud thunk. Because Cannon's raised hand had been pinned to the wall, he couldn't tear his palm away from the wall. Sticking out from it was the knife Genji had thrown. Under normal circumstances, it would have been surprising to see someone as old as Genji handle a knife so skillfully. But in this abnormal space, no one paid it much mind.
源氏様、これを。
Genji took the handkerchief with the spider web stuck to it from Shannon, and he approached Cannon, who was pinned to the wall by Goda's massive body and the knife.
やめろ。それは近づけるな。やめろ。やめ。
I can't tell if that's part of the BGM. This like demon wind like pulsing that's going on. Or if it's a separate thing. Maybe I'm hearing things. It sounded like a very low buzzing sound. He hates it. Spiders are pretty icky. When Genji pushed the handkerchief up against Kanon's face, there was a sound just like setting meat on a red-hot iron plate. Of course the smell was the same too. As he was horribly burned, festering in filthy red and black and crying out in his death throes, Kanon's body burst open and scattered? Oh! It was almost as though a balloon filled with gold leaf had popped. The entire servant room was completely buried under a storm of gold leaf. No, a cloud of gold butterflies. Those butterflies began to softly fade as though into water. Or rather, into the empty air itself. And afterwards, all that was left was the 3 survivors sitting under a butt stained with blood. However, not everyone was merely stained with blood. Some of them were lying on the ground, spurting out blood themselves.
Kumasawa, Nanjo sensei.
But so sharp they look like they cut your finger if you touched them. But so sharp they look like they cut your finger if you touched them open wide. And large amounts of blood kept pouring out. What was that?
ゴーダ、怪我はないか。
私は大丈夫です。しかし、私たちは何を見たんだ。何があったんです。私はあれを確かにこの手でこの壁に押し付けていたのに、その私が何があったのか理解できない。
But I looked at his own hand. The bright red blood left from his scuffle at Kanon definitely remained, and yet Kanon was nowhere to be seen, because he had disappeared. He had transformed into gold butterflies and scattered, but it kept screaming alone without a clue about what was going on. Kanon sobbed in front of Nanjo and Kumasawa's remains. I heard a drop sound effect. I guess they actually are dead, alright. Ooh. Family Dr. Nanjo died in the servant room, his throat sliced open by a sharp blade or something similar. However, this alone isn't enough. This alone isn't enough. Died in the servant room. The finishing touches are yet to come. Finishing touches. Is it talking about the next Twilights? Gouged a head, gouged chest? They still need to do that. Alright. As Genji watched over her, silent as always. Oh! Red text! Wait, nah? Nah, the witch isn't real. Alright, I solved it. The answer was right here all along. Oh. Not much time has passed, it seems. A little past 1? What was all that, dude?
Nanjo sensei to Kumasawa-san ga?
Oh, they went to report?
一体どういうことなの?
ああ、シャノン、無事でよかった。君に何かあったら僕は。
庄司様。
ジョージ君、少し静かにして。あなたたちの目の前で殺人が行われたんでしょ。犯人を見たの？見ないの？
それがその。
He disappeared.
説明すればいいのか。源氏さん。
私たちにも見たものをうまく説明できません。
確かにそれは私たちの目の前で起こりました。
This kind of makes him sound more suspicious to her, ain't it?
私の目の前にいた。
Oh, it's this track again. This is the one that played at the very end of episode 1. Whenever, Beatrice came out. Well, we never saw it was if it was actually her, but yeah. I like this track. It was right in front of my eyes.
だけれどあれはその何だったんだ。私にもわからないんです。
何を言ってるの。あなたが出会ったのは昨夜から所在不明の魔女ベアトリーチェか行方不明になっているカノン君かのどちらかしかありえない。
Is that the name of the track? Dead Angel? If it is, that's a sick name, dude.
男か女かそれだけでも答えられるでしょう。
ローザおばさん、少し落ち着けって。目の前で二人やられりゃ誰だって混乱だってする。ゴダさん、元気さん、焦らなくていいぜ。
Angle? That doesn't sound nearly as cool. I don't think I like the track anymore. Like, this Leslie, I'm fucking switching the letters around again. Not diagnosed, but pretty sure. Pretty much all of them have names that are all over the place. You know, that's probably a good thing, right? You wouldn't want it, especially for something like as huge of a mystery as this, you wouldn't want like any of the tracks accidentally spoiling like certain things. So it's probably good to use basically pretty nonsense names. You literally cannot guess where and when any of them will play. Except Fishy Aroma, that's another one. Another name of a track.
何があったのか順を追って話してくれ。
それが何を私は言えばいいのか。
Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa had been killed. Understood that much. It seemed it had occurred in front of these people's eyes. But even so, they spoke awkwardly. They admitted that they had definitely seen a crime with their own eyes. But when asked to explain what they had seen, their mouths went suddenly shut. I could understand why Aunt Rosa was irritated and flaring up.
シャノン、君は見たのかい？南條先生が襲われるところを。
はい。
僕に教えて。わかることだけでもいい。一体何があったの？
勝手口に来たんです。
そうです。勝手口に誰かがやってきたんです。そして誰だろうと私は扉を開けました。
勝手口に誰かそれは誰？
They're getting to that part. Yes. Yeah. Rosa, let them finish.
それから
Slap Rosa a couple times.
そいつは血まみれで大怪我をしていました。私たちは使用人室に運び、すぐに南條先生が手当てをしました。
He's not saying it's canon, which I guess it's true, it's not. Like, not giving a name to her, which is interesting.
とても深い傷でした。
だからそれは誰のことなの？
わからないんです。確かに最初はそうだと思っていました。いや、今でもそうだと思ってるんです。でもあれは一体わからない。わからない。
In a manner that didn't match his large body, Goda held his head and scratched at it. I didn't have a clue if he was confused because he couldn't remember, or because he'd seen something terrifying and couldn't accept it. But Shannon looked and Shannon looked the same way. If she let her guard down, what she'd just seen a short while ago would quickly melt away like a daydream, and she wouldn't be able to remember anything. That's what she looked like. Only Genji looked composed as usual. so the questions were naturally directed at him. However, even Genji took some time before he spoke, and he had to gather his thoughts.
源氏さん、あなたは見たんでしょ。勝手口に来たのは誰？
はじめ、私たちはその人物がカノンであると信じました。
ほら。
Alright, he said he believed it was. At first, let him finish, idiot.
やっぱり生きていたでしょ。私の推理は正しかった。
Fucking slap her. She's getting too ahead of herself.
初めはってことは、後にその認識は変わるってこと？
はい。その後に起こったことは口では説明できません。南條先生と熊沢を殺し、そして姿を消しました。その時、彼は間違いなくカノンではありませんでした。
そうなんです。源氏さんの言う通りなんですよ。口ではとても説明できない。
君も同じ意見なのかい？
はい、私も同じことしか申し上げられません。
If we give their claims the benefit of the doubt, it means that Aunt Rosa's first conclusion was correct. Canon appeared near the back door to the kitchen with a serious injury. Then he had been taken to the servant room and cared for. After that, something terrifying had happened. So, were these people so convinced that Canon-kun couldn't possibly have done such a thing that they started to suspect whether it had been Canon-kun at all? In other words, that means Canon-kun did appear. No matter how confused they are, no matter how they muddle their words, that's what it means in the end. So does it mean that, after all, Canon-kun used some trick to escape the room, even though it was locked? No, that doesn't matter anymore. The real problem is that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed. Aunt Rosa had claimed that Canon was behind this from the very beginning. No matter how confused these people are, no matter how much they try to deny it, they're halfway confirming that she was right. But even so, for some reason, I felt like their awkwardness couldn't be explained by confusion alone. What did they see? Like they said, did they really see something that couldn't be explained with words? You gotta stop, dude. My family-friendly stream! I can't have moderators like this. I'm gonna demote you and put Darnito as a mod. He'd take the position seriously, surely. At Rosa, who decided that further talk wouldn't get us anywhere, concluded her questioning and said she wanted to check the two bodies. That was something I've been wanting to do too. The witnesses have been unable to figure anything out, but they've been shaken. If those of us who hadn't been at the scene calmly looked at the corpses, we might find something. But it was a little surprising to learn that Aunt Rosa was also concerned about the bodies. Even at this point, I still wanted to use any clues I could find to expose the culprit and truth myself. But it should have been different in Aunt Rosa's case. Hadn't Aunt Rosa prioritized staying safe over finding the culprit? I couldn't really see why she would go through all the trouble of leaving our barricade in the parlor just because she wanted to check the bodies. What is your goal? He's working for free. Damn. I don't got any money. Can't pay you. I don't even pay S-Jams. Don't worry, it's fine.
全員一緒に行動すれば安全よ。マリア、落書き遊びはおしまいになさい。
Playing with scribbles.
落書きじゃないベアトリーチェの問題を解いてるの。
What, the epitaph?
ベアトリーチェの問題？何のことだよ。俺にも教えてくれよ。
ローザおばさん、マリアちゃんも、連れて行くんですか？
I think she has to for... She wants to keep everyone together, right? It seemed that George Anarchy was against the idea of bringing Maria to the bloody crime scene. But considering that Maria would be all alone if left here, it'd surely be much safer to take Maria with us. the end, it was just Anaki's irresponsible humanism. Irresponsible humanism. We decided that all of us, including Maria, would go to the servant room. We're gonna see a magic circle there, and then gouge the chest, gouge the head. The bed in the servant room was stained with bright red blood. No, not just the bed. The whole room was covered with a gruesome paint from countless bloodstains. That dreadful scene alone was enough to give us the idea of the repulsive sight they've been trying to describe.
おお、マリアも見る。
マリアちゃんは僕と一緒にここで待ってようね。
Rodeniki was standing by the entrance, covering Maria's eyes with his back to the room. Probably didn't want to dirty an innocent girl's retinas with the repulsive blood in this room. She already seen the stuff in the chapel, didn't she? I think it's a bit too late for this, isn't it? It was surely the correct decision. I was acting tough right now, so I didn't mind. But for the rest of my life, whenever I see red paint scattered around, I'll probably remember this room and start to vomit. Everyone have already had this room burned into them. In other words, it's already too late for me.
あら、
どこへ？
Right after they entered the servant room, Goda-san and Shannon-chan trembled. We shook, wondering what horrible new situation had arisen to them to make them tremble again.
どうしたの？何事？
Aunt Rosad shuddered, raised her gun high, and searched for whatever it was that made them shudder. But she couldn't find it. It was only natural. They were trembling because they couldn't find it. The bodies are gone.
なんだなんだ。どうし？
二人の言いたいがありません。
どういうことなの？
そんなはずないんです。確かにお二人はここに。
おいおいおい。なんだよ。死体がどこかへ歩いてったってのか？
Yeah, they were actually fine, so they got up and went back to the kitchen.
そんなわけないだろ。だってこの使用人室は施錠されてたんだろ。
Ah, here it is again! What do you mean, another locked room puzzle?
それを今ゴーダさんが開けて入ったわけじゃないか。ってことはなんだ？ジェシカの部屋と同じってことかよ。また密室の中から消えたってのかよ。そんなバカな。
I mean, this one doesn't seem that impossible, right? I mean, if we assume that they did have the master key to, like, lock Shannon's room. Shannon's? Jessica's room. Like, for that first, I guess second incident. Then we could easily assume that they just used that key again, take the bodies, and then lock the room once they were out. Yeah?
私にも何のことやらさっぱり。私たちはこの部屋を出るとき、確かに鍵をかけて、私こそ何が何やらもうわからないのです。
There's a timid, painful smile on Goda-san's face that he definitely wouldn't have let show normally. Or pitiful, not painful. Shannon was the same.
二人の死体が消えた。しかも鍵をかけたのに消えた。仮にカノン君が犯人だとしても、カノン君はマスターキーをもう持ってないはず。
違います。カノン君は犯人じゃありません。
シャノン、僕はシャノンを信じるよ。カノン君は犯人なんかじゃない。きっとこれは彼によく似た何者かの仕業なんだ。
いいえ、カノン君はマスターキーを手に入れられたわよ。だって
From?
彼のマスターキーはジェシカちゃんの遺体のポケットから見つかった。そしてその鍵は誰が手に入れた？
そうだ、南條先生が。
Oh, I see. That's right. Back then, it was definitely Dr. Nanjo who searched through Jessica's clothes and found a master key. Well, if someone had the opportunity to search Dr. Nanjo's corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Hold on, let me think back to the Jessica room a bit. Like, Dr. Nanjo was killed, like, here, pretty clearly. But if we assume that he was in on it at first, but then betrayed later, couldn't he just have pretended to find a key that was in Jessica's... Like, to find a key in Jessica's pocket? Like, he had it the entire time, and then he just pretended that he found it. Wouldn't that solve that locked room scenario there? Where was he whenever that all happened? Where was everyone else? We go back to, like, Kumasawa and Nanjo being part of it, and then they were just betrayed here. I think Nanjo was at the chapel, so maybe he didn't have the key then. But Kumasawa was said that she woke up late. He wasn't there at the chapel. They didn't meet up with her until later. And then when they decided to go check up on Jessica finally, I'm pretty sure she was with them. Like, everyone was basically together, I think. She could have given the key to Nanjo. He could have pretended to find it. And then in the servant room, they could have been killed off to, what's the word I'm looking here? Either just plainly backstabbed, or just to make sure information doesn't get out. Kumasawa seems very... She doesn't seem very good at lying. So I guess it could make sense to get rid of her. Like, if we're not believing that whole magical canon body double, actually some sort of, like, demon that bursts into butterflies, what do we think really could have happened here in the servant room? Because Rosa and the kids were definitely in the parlor. Can't think anything of them. Beatrice, don't know what she's been doing this entire time. We're gonna pretend she doesn't exist. What has Kinzo been doing this entire time? We haven't seen him at all. Like, this entire day? Maybe a bit in the morning. Actually, no. Wasn't the last time we seen him, like, at dinner the previous night? Like, he was having a chess match with Nanjo. No, it was somewhere a bit after that. When, he decided to write a will and had Shannon, like, transcribe it while Genji made him a drink. What was in that will? Going back to the servant room, I'm not too sure what the real events could be. That would make sense for a human. But for the Jessica room thing, I think it could be likely that Kumasawa and Nanjo were in on something and then betrayed later here. I think that's I think that's pretty likely set of events for how everything with Jessica's room was done. What could they have done with the body? Where would you have been able to hide his body? Or the others wouldn't be able to find it? Like, again, I'm thinking just toss it out the window. And then pick it up later. That whole scenario that Eva thought up for how Kinzo was, disappeared from his room. You could just hide it in a room that no one would ever check, like the VIP room. Like, we already had the whole, like, outburst there, but there should be no reason to go back. As far as I know. Now, let's see where this goes. If someone had the opportunity to search Dr. Nanjo's corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Rosa searched under the bed and in the locker. By now, I understood what that meant. If you assume there are two culprits, this can be easily explained. The first person was Kanan-kun, or maybe an imposter who looked like him. He finished off Dr. Nanjo and ran off somewhere. The second person was probably the 19th person, Beatrice, whose location was unknown. That person hid under the bed in the servant room beforehand, and while Dr. Nanjo's body was enshrined here, they waited for Genji-san and the rest to leave. Then later, they crawled out, took the master key back from the Dr. Nanjo's pocket, and carried the two corpses away for some reason. If they then locked the door with the master key, you would end up with this closed room. How would you move bodies without, like... without a lot of blood being, like, smeared or dropped, like, anywhere? Dr. Nanjo is a pretty big man, too. How do you move him easily? The wheelbarrow from episode 1 that Kanan-kun was using to haul, like, bags of fertilizer or something. Oh? Intermission? I'm not fat-shaming him. I'm just saying he is large. He's a big man. Corrected that one pretty fast, basing off your reasoning with Jessica.
その方法なら魔法でなくても密室は作り出せよう。
Are you
まず
gonna...
は旧大点というところか。
You're gonna throw some red text at
し
me?
かし実に面白いが、お前の言う方法で犯人がマスターキーを取り返したなら。
It's all muscle. Then how was he killed so easily? Could have fought back.
その犯人はマスターキーを
The culprit took back Master Key, as you suggested. They must have known that
ジェシ
Nanjo...
カの遺体から南條が回収したことを知っていたことになる。
must have known that Nanjo took the Master Key from Jessica's body. Or it was never on Jessica's body to begin with, and he was supposed to have the key the entire time after Kumasawa passed it to him. Surely.
言われなくても分かってるぜ。あの時、あの場にいた人物以外知り得ない情報だって言いてんだろ。この第三の密室があっさり破られちまったもんで、そういう手で俺に闇を言うしかねえんだろ。同じネタの繰り返しは芸がないぜ。
I may have managed to bluff, but that move of the witches hurts bad. I can tell that I'm cracking under the thing I want to deny the most. A person trying to close in on me from two directions. Position myself. On the one hand, there's the frontal attack where she tries to force me to believe there's a witch using close room tricks that only a witch could do. And on the other hand, there's a rear attack where she tries to lure me into wanting a witch to exist by strengthening my suspicion of those close to me. In the first closed room, the chapel, she used a frontal attack, but it didn't work on me. So by the second closed room, and now the third closed room, definitely changing the direction of her attack. However, the fact that she is changing the direction of her attack proves that my resistance is having some effect. And she must have given up on the frontal attack because she clearly can't win with it. I tried to settle my unease by thinking these things, but apparently the witch has seen through me long ago.
成功法は書かぬ。
You can read
絡めて
minds.
は成功法と
Cheater.
同時に進めてこそ意味がある。絡めてのみに出するは手段が目的となった時に起こる愚策に過ぎぬぞ。
そうですかい。じゃあお得意の赤で何者かが使用人室に隠れていたを復唱してもらおうじゃないか。
その必要はない。お前の推理の前提は今から崩れる。
What do you mean about to be destroyed?
お拒否かよ。やっぱり誰かが隠れていたんだな。
ローザが今からお前の前提を崩す。
What do you mean?
まあ耳を傾けてみよ。
What is Rosa about to say?
信じてください、ローザ様。確かにここに2人の遺体を安置したんです。この床の真っ赤な血は彼らのものなのです。
Aunt Rosa began to search through various objects around the room. Her back to Goda-san as he cried out in... What? In supplication? That's a new word for me. Eventually, she found something and for a while stopped moving.
ローザ様、私たちは断じて嘘などついては、間違いなく2人の遺体はここにあったんです。
静かに。死体を隠した本人は死体はよそに持ち去ったと告白しているわ。
The person who hid the corpses had confessed that they took them to another.
これでね。
This. Rosa showed them a single sheet of paper over her shoulder.
それは一体まさか礼拝堂にあったのと同じ紋章入りの封筒の手紙。
Joe Swagmaster.
え
Mac and
え、
me.
そうよ。ここに堂々と置いてあったわ。読むわね。
後ろ宮家の皆様。
Isn't it slightly odd how she knew to start looking for this? And was the one to find it here? Maybe she is the culprit. How could she be when she was in the parlor the entire time? I don't know, thinking too much. All this theory craft and melting my reasoning for everything.
黄金の碑文の謎解きはいよいよ佳境に入りましたでしょうか。
Searching, fair enough. You know, reach a climax of riddle, the gold's epitaph.
皆さんに私を止めることができる唯一の方法が碑文の謎を解くことなのです。それ以外のいかなる方法をもってしても私と儀式を止めることはできません。くれぐれも皆さんの目的をお間違いなきようよろしくお願い申し上げます。私を探そうとも無駄、私から逃れようとも無駄、私を否定しようとも無駄なのです。黄金のベアトリーチェ。
追伸。
Yes.
二人の遺体を儀式にお借りします。後ほどご返却いたしますので、ご容赦をお願いいたします。あと、この鍵は皆様のものですので、ご返却いたします。
Really? Leaving the keys here, too? They were two master keys. The master key that Nanto had found in Jessica's pocket had originally been Kanon's and Kumasawa's master key.
なんだとってことはどういうことだよ。ふざけんなよ、またかよ。またマスターキーを持ってる使用人しか疑えないってのかよ。
わらわは赤では言ってはおらぬぞ。彼らがこの部屋に施錠をして去った時、この部屋に何者かが隠れていた可能性を否定してはおらぬぞ。
ベッドの下にでも隠れれば死体をどこかへ運び出すのはできないことじゃない。しかしそれじゃ施錠ができない。わざわざ手に入れたマスターキーをここへ置いてっちまってる。そうだ、忘れてた。この部屋の本来の鍵である使用人室の鍵はどうなっている？
それなら使用人室の奥のキーボックスに収められているぞ。
Those are kept in a key box in the center of the servant room.
使用人室の鍵は数
There
本
are
ある。
several servant room
その
keys,
す
but
べてがキーボックスに収められている。
all of those are inside the key box.
ってことはジェシカの部屋の鍵の時と状況は何も変わらないってことか。
Okay, so the servant room keys are all here and weren't used.
使用人も便利なマスターキーがあれば不要な鍵はわざわざ持ち歩かないもんな。キーボックスにしまわれっぱなしになってるのも納得だぜ。
Alright, so are the keys the only way to actually lock the door? I keep coming back to that. They seem so convinced. But also, Rosa did mention about locking a door from the inside and then just closing it. Which, yeah... Was her point going anywhere with that? Surely wasn't it said for no reason. Because if it can work out that way. Turn the lock from the inside, close the door from the outside. Blam. Then like if it is that, I'm gonna be mad.
その他の条件も何も変わらぬ。出入りは唯一の扉と唯一の窓から以外は不可能。
Door and single window.
ゆえに隠し扉などの不正規な出入り手段は否定される。喜べ名探偵ども。そしてそれらはいずれも施
They
錠
were
されていた。
both locked.
扉も窓も
The door and window do
施錠時
not
には
permit
行かない
any
出入
kind
り
of
も許さ
entry
ない。
or exit when they are locked.
つまり施錠を維持したまま扉を外す、隙間を作ってすり抜けるなどなどは通用しないということだ。
So it wouldn't work to remove the door and make it crack to slide in through or anything like that.
当然だが、扉の解錠は使用人室の鍵とマスターキー以外は不可能。
It is impossible to unlock the door without a servant room key or the master key.
毎回これを読み上げるのも面倒だの。
Unlock. Specifically unlock. So it's not impossible to lock the door without the keys. I think that's the important part, right? She goes to pretty great lengths. Only one door, one window. Both were locked. You cannot enter or exit when they are locked. But She only mentions that it's impossible to unlock the door without the keys.
今度これをまとめて一言に略す言葉でも考えよう。
Think of a word to put this all together and abbreviate it.
だがこの部屋に誰かが隠れていたことは復唱できねえだろ。しかしそれだけでは密室の扉が破れない。ああ、クソクソ。
Whoever came in and took the bodies. Two keys. One was Kumasawa's. One was Kanon's. Are we sure Kumasawa had her key on her the entire time? I think that's another... That might be another decent clue there. If she didn't and someone else had it, they could have easily have gotten in. Gotten it in, took the key from Nanjo, put both keys on the desk, took the bodies, closed the door behind him after locking it from the inside. Yeah? Pretty clear loophole. We can make a theory with that. What? If, Kumasawa actually had the key on her or not? But then it goes back to earlier how it was said that she woke up late or whatever. She wasn't with everyone in the morning. She could have been handing her key to someone else. Surely.
ダメだダメだ。全然ダメだ。
Oh, the door locking thing? Nah, I like the door locking thing, cause then it also, like, I think fits in decently well with if Kumasawa had her key or not. If she didn't, if she had handed it off to someone, if she was trying to work with whoever the culprit actually was. That's maybe too stupidly elaborate though. So what? What would the change of events have been? Kumasawa's taking her time because she's giving her key to someone. She meets up with the others. Hold on. Or she's passing her key to someone. Maybe she's helping whoever... No, because that happened after the... Well, wakes up late. Hands her keys off to someone. They all meet up. But then she has Kanon's key at some point and gives it to Nanjo? Or maybe Nanjo had it. Always? No. What are the chain of events here that makes everything make sense? My theories make sense for the moment, but not the entirety. I'm getting mad at myself. I do like thinking about the unlock like specification here though. My poor brain.
お得意のチェス盤をひっくり返すとやらはどうした？自慢の珍説をぜひ披露してみよ。
チェス盤をひっくり返す。
For a brain blast.
俺が犯人ならどうする？死体をどこかへ運び出す。手紙を残す。内側から鍵を閉める。 ここから何かの方法で部屋を脱出すればいいんだ。くそ、そんな方法はあるのか。扉と窓以外からは外に出られないと赤で言われちまってる。
That moment, I got it. That's right. The culprit carried away the corpses, left a letter. And since they didn't use a hidden door, they weren't able to escape. That's it. This isn't a question, it's an answer.
ベアト、復唱要求の前にお前の言う隠し扉の定義を確認したい。
The definition of hidden doors. Yo.
何を思いついたやら。よかろう。説明する。隠し扉とは、知らぬ人間が認識できぬ出入り口のことであろうが。
Hidden door refers to an entrance or exit that cannot be recognized as such by those who don't know of it beforehand.
そんなこと子供でも知っておろう。
So that means they're... Hold on. Where I speak. Cannot be recognized as such by those who don't know of it beforehand. So there could be a hidden door? There were maybe hidden passages this entire time? But she can say it in red because no one else here, or at least Battler, wouldn't have known of it existence. He didn't recognize it as a hidden door.
つまり部屋の外に出られなかったらそれは隠し扉じゃないってことだよな。
If you can't get outside the room with it, it isn't a hidden door.
ほ
Oh, maybe the way he's going, it's a passage that can let you inside but not outside. So it would still count as a hidden door? Or it wouldn't count as a hidden door, rather.
う。そうきたか。
俺は犯人は密室から抜け出したものだとばかり思っていた。違うんだ。犯人だって密室から。だから隠れてやり過ごそうとした。
During the second closed room, I tried to apply this theory to Kanon-kun. But after hearing Kanon-kun was killed in red, I gave up. After all, I proposed that a third person might have been in the room before escaping through a hidden door. So maybe not... So a hidden room... and not a hidden door that allows passage in and out of the room. Like a... hidden door that leads to a closed room, basically. Where they can wait and hide, yeah? Here, let me reread this. And then for the first time, I was faced with a red claim that no hidden doors exist. I'll move forward from there to what I've just learned. The term hidden door refers to things that make it possible to enter or leave a room. In other words, that category doesn't cover things that don't actually lead in or out of the room, even if these things can never be recognized by people who didn't know about them beforehand. Or even... yeah, okay. So if we had something like a hidden shelf or a secret closet, for example, that wouldn't count as a hidden door. That means a third person from desk room isn't hiding here. Or is hiding here, waiting for us to leave. How pathetic. It was all just a bit of wordplay. Looks like that technique should be enough to handle even this third closed room. If there's a hidden shelf under the bed or anything like that, it'd be enough. Culprit's hiding somewhere, waiting for us to leave. The culprit is also trapped in this closed room, even now. Which means, at this very moment, the culprit is still hiding in the servant room, holding their breath. And that means... the hell? Even though we've been tortured by closed rooms 3 times, at this very moment we actually gotten the culprit in checkmate.
ようやく見えてきたぜ。くらえベアト。復唱要求。この部屋には俺たち以外の誰もいない。
And then she repeats it and shatters everything.
俺、ジョージの兄貴、マリア、 ローザおばさん、ゲンジさん、ゴーダさん、シャノンちゃんのことだぜ。どうだ、言えねえだろ。
I refuse, she says smugly.
ほう
Oh?
ほ
痛えとこ疲れただろ。拒否なら拒否と言いやがれ。次行くぜ、気象要求。
I don't know how they're hiding in this room, but if they are, then this solves the second closed room, Jessica's room, at the same time. Man, I was way off the mark this time. Finally caught her by the tail. This I can explain everything. Witches don't exist, and I don't have to suspect anyone. Alright, starting now, I'll spin it around. Now I have her repeat that. Then she repeats it
この部屋
anyway.
にはお前たち以外は存在しない
Okay.
お前たちの定義とはバトラー、ジョージ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジ、ゴーダ、シャノンのことを指す
I don't know, that could still be a little bit of wordplay, right? If what I was thinking originally, like a hidden door that just leads to a small room. It doesn't, like a small closed off room, rather. It doesn't lead outside, could it still... Would it still count as a hidden door? I would think, based on what they said so far, no. But then it could also still not count as the same room, right?
ジェシカの部屋に話を戻すジェシカの死体発見時ジェシカ
Oh,
の部屋に
she's
いたの
going
は
back to this too.
バトラー、ジョージ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジ、ゴーダ、シャノン、熊沢、南條のみだったおっと死体のジェシカももちろん含む
How did you manage to say this first part in red when it was technically wrong? Yes.
よってジェシカの部屋の件そしてこの使用人室の件の両方についてそなたが認識していた以外の人間は存在しない
Both the case involving Jessica's room and the one involving the servant room, no humans exist that you were not aware of. Okay.
誰も隠れていない
No one is hiding.
さらによ扉は鍵を使用せずに外から施錠する方法は存在しない
No method exists by which the door can be locked from the outside without using a key.
窓については外からはいかなる方法でも
Regarding the window,
施錠
no
する
method
方法
exists
は
by which it
存
could
在しない
somehow be locked from the outside. Okay. But that still goes back to before. Where you just turned a lock from the inside and then close it from the outside. Or does that still count as locking it from the outside? Because technically, it's just more wordplay, yeah?
ついでによ
Oh, more?
そなたは無能だ
Alright, that's just telling me you could say anything in red that you want. Fucking see? What the hell? I can't trust anything you're saying.
バカ野郎。それじゃあ本当に密室じゃねえかよ。せっかく思いついたのに。お前が隠れていたんなら全て説明がついたのにトリックを打ち破れたと思ったってのに。くそ。
It's useless, it's useless, it's useless. Oh, useless. For a second, I had thought it. It was all useless. Damn it. I was so sure I'd finally seen through her. I'd seen how she distracted me with her clever red wordplay and fooled me. Just when I thought I found a light in the darkness. Disappeared. Just disappeared. Swallowed up. A blood-red sea. Red. 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 Red! No one is hiding. There's no hidden door, and no way to get past the door or window while they're locked. Have you just proven that it's all impossible? Has the devil's proof been fulfilled? With a frontal attack? Possible. That's impossible.
どうしたのだ後ろ宮バトラー。魔女を否定する気で満々だったじゃない。そんなところで這いつくばって悔し涙を絞り出してどうしたんだい。ああ、それはとっても素敵な方法。わらわを笑い転げさせて笑い涙の海で溺れ殺してやろうというのは確かに素敵。実はそうなんだろう。わらわを笑って笑って笑い殺してやろうって手なんだろう。
Yeah, is it working?
後ろ宮バトラー。
I mean, a battle? She's just spamming her like soundboard, dude.
何が魔法だ。魔女なんて絶対に否定してやる。お前なんて絶対に信じない。魔法の力でみんなを面白半分にいじめ殺してるなんて絶対に認めねえ。
なあバトラー、いじめすぎて悪かった。
You're not sorry at
わら
all.
わ側からチェス盤をひっくり返してやるぞ。
So?
お前に代わってお前側の最善手を教えてやるよ。聞きたい？
ふざけんな。
No.
聞きたくねえ聞きたくね
ジェシカの部屋の件、そなたは実に良いところをついていたのだぞ。隠れてやり過ごそうとした。これは実にいい着眼だった。だがなぜそれをカノンと19人目のわらわにしか考えなかった？そうか、隠れてやり過ごすの、隠れてが邪魔だったから考えが至らなかったか。ほーら、もうわかるだろう。
Hiding in plain sight is a thing, I suppose, yeah?
ジェシカだよ。
What do you mean?
ジェシカ。
If Jessica were the culprit, a farce like this could easily be constructed. She killed Kenan-kun and carried him off somewhere. Then she played dead and let us walk by. But didn't Nanjo check her body? But if Nanjo's in on it... That's ridiculous. Dr. Nanjo definitely confirmed that she was dead. So was Dr. Nanjo an accomplice too? That's wrong. I also confirmed that Jessica was dead. Of course, I never examined her corpse before, but she was definitely dead. I think she was dead. Oh, that's probably surely definitely what I thought, but certainly... Wait. She was dead. She was dead.
ジェシカもグルなのよ。そして検視をした南條もグル。ならば第三の密室など茶番だろうが。
Yeah, and it's simple. Dr. Nanjo was in on it, so in other words, he's on the culprit's side, which means he was never dead in the first place. We thought his body disappeared after he was killed, but what if he was never in the servant room to begin with? So if Kumasawa Bachan disappeared with him, does that mean she's in on it too? Oh, it's the friggin' frame turned red as well. That's not all, that's not all. Servants who all agreed to keep to that story, Genji-san and Goda-san and even Shannon-chan were also in on it. And the one who stole the key from Maria's handbag was Jessica. No, it could have even been George Aniki. After all, Shannon-chan is on the culprit side. That automatically makes George Aniki on the culprit side. Everyone's the culprit, dude! Wait a second, just wait a second. They're all wolves. They're all wolves, not only been drowning in an ocean of red blood, or bright red blood, blood red. There were packs of wolves clamoring on the banks whose blazing eyes tell me that they'd eat me if I crawl out. Which way should I die? Should I deny everything and drown in a bright red sea? Or should I learn the truth and have my whole body chewed to bits by the wolves? Either one hell or the other. I can't choose.
だからこそわらわがいる。さあ後ろ宮バトラー、ひざまずけ。
Can't just say whatever you
そ
want,
して
Red.
永遠の忠誠を誓ってわらわの靴を舐めるがいい。わらわを認め
Another!
すべての謎に決着がつく。わらわの力をもってすればどのような密室も生み出せ、そして打ち破れる。バトラー、力ある者に屈服する喜びに身を委ねたくはない。そなたはわらわの一番のお気に入りの家具にしてやるよ。
Favorite furniture.
そなたを愛して愛して灰になるまでわらわの玩具にしてやるよ。
Ah, that's the biggest one yet. She's spamming her soundboard again.
これではっきりしたわ。
That's it for that side. We're back here?
もう疑いようもない。
はと言いますと。
あなたたちが死んだという二人はここに、そしてベアトリーチェからの手紙があり、親切にも死体は持ち去ったと告白してくれている。
How did she lock the door? How she did get out? Get in? Oops. I misclicked something here. For real?
そういうことよ。
As simple as that.
もう茶番は飽き飽きしたわ。
Ooh. Sign of a delusional mind? What are these words happening here? Use the lyrics, hold on. We're talking. I caught a couple words. Alright, Rosa, whatever you do, don't, don't shoot them in the stomach, or the knee, or even the leg. As Aunt Rosa yelled this, she looked at all of us with a fierce expression.
茶番ってどういう意味ですか？
私はジェシカちゃんの部屋で言ったわ。信用できるのは自分自身と死体となって見つかった者以外いないってね。そして死体が見つからない以上、あの二人が殺されたことを認めるわけにはいかない。
待ってください、ローザおばさん。それはどういう意味ですか？
南條先生と熊沢さんは死んでないわ。生きている。殺されたということにして、この屋敷のどこかに隠れてるのよ。私たちを襲うためにね。
なんでそんなことがわかるんですか？ゴーダさんたちが嘘をついていると言うんですか？
Man, Rosa really is the worst person to have a gun right now.
ローザ様、このゴーダ、いえ、後ろ宮家使用人一同、誓ってそのようなことはいたしません。
あなたたちは南條先生たちが殺されても死体がない以上、それを信じるわけにはいかないわ。
That doesn't sound like very sound logic.
あなたたちが口裏を合わせてそういう嘘をついている可能性があるのよ。あなたたちの無実を信じる方法はちゃんとあるわよ。南條先生と熊沢さんの遺体が見つかることよ。それが見つかったら 私はあなたたちの話を聞いてみようという話にもなるわ。でも見つからない限りあなたたちは狼であることを否定できない。あんたも黄金に目がくらんであの魔女に買収されたんでしょ。そんなに金が欲しい？そうなんでしょ。一生遊んで暮らしたいの？そんな人生に何の価値があるのよ。
ローザ様、私たちは
黙りなさい。そしてシャノン、それ以上近づかないで。10年も恩を受けながらそれを仇で返すなんて。
She's going all in that they must all be in on it. Holy.
容赦なく引き金を引くわよ。
そんなのってひどすぎます。
ローザおばさん、それは暴言だ。この部屋で殺人が起こった。そして犯人が死体を持ち去った。彼女たちはそれを正直に申告しているだけだ。
Shannon had finally broken down in tears. She had sacrificed 10 years to the Ishiromiya family. She had sacrificed 10 of the most brilliant years of her life. She believed that she built up a friendly relationship with Rosa, and this is what she got in return. You can kill a person without using a knife. Then it have to be George Anarchy to realize that Shannon-chan had been stabbed deep in the heart, that she was shedding tears like blood.
シャノンさん、下がって。ローザ様、確かにこのゴーダはお勤めして日も浅く信用を勝ち得ていないのはわかります。しかしせめてシャノンさんだけでも信じていただくわけには参りませんか。彼女は10年間も後ろ宮家に奉仕を捧げて参りました。
Oh, they're actually being nice, like, to her for once? What the hell?
このゴーダを信じろとは申しません。せめてシャノンさんだけでも信じてやっていただくわけには参りませんか。
But even I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. Can't search for an answer without suspecting them. Yeah, bit by bit. Bit by bit, I'm starting to understand. It's because we've been searching for an answer. That's why everything keeps going wrong. We don't need an answer. These are all strange murders committed with a bizarre magic by the 19th person, the Witch Beatrice, in accordance with some creepy ceremony. Isn't that enough? I don't want to suspect anyone anymore. Inonchan and Goda-san were protesting their innocence, half crying. Genji-san quietly put a stop to that.
よしなさい。ローザ様の言うことはもっともだ。死体を見つけない限り、南條先生と熊沢の無実は証明できない。
That's right. By Rosen's argument, if their corpses can be found, the innocence of those alone can be proven. But that only counted for the corpses. Even if the survivors searched the mansion and found the corpses, in the end, their own innocence would never be proven. They kidnapped Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san, killed them in another place, and locked the closed room with their own master keys, unless the closed rooms can be broken by a method other than that one. It would be impossible to prove their innocence. But could it be done? They only have one chance to prove their innocence. That could only happen if they meet with the culprit, become corpses, and are then reunited with Aunt Rosa. Isn't that strange? They're innocent if they die, but guilty as long as they're alive? Just like a witch trial. Oh right, the enemy's a witch. Everything's cool, is that it? It's really messed up logic Rosa's using.
私たちは後ろ宮家にお仕えする家具です。私どもを信用されるもされないもまた、たとえどのようなご評価をいただこうとも、最後の時までお務めを続けるのみでございます。
あなたは本当に使用人の鏡ね。お父様が心を許すのもよくわかるわ。そんなあなたまで疑わなくてはならないなんて、本当に心苦しいわ。
Asian stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a master key. He then set it on a nearby table.
私は信頼の証としてこれを預かっていると信じています。
Oh, so we're doing this again. I guess where all of them hand in their keys and go leave somewhere.
それを失ったならこれをお返しするのは当然かと思います。
それはいい判断ね。今日何度もあなたたちが疑われてきた最大の根拠は、それを手放せば疑いが晴らせるのではないかというのは初歩的ではあるけれど、まあ悪いことじゃないと思うわ。
二人とも
Genji looked at Gora-san and Shanon-chan. The two of them nodded and set their own master keys on the table. Aunt Rosa laid the two master keys that had come out of the envelope on top. With that, all 5 master keys were gathered in this place. In other words, this was proof that all of the servants' service until today has been negated. With even the final honor they should have been permitted stripped from them.
マリア、その手下げを貸しなさい。
Rosa snatched Maria's handbag, tossed the master keys in there, and held up one of them for all to see. She was showing us that she now had all the master keys.
これで満足かい、ローザおばさん。これでマスターキーはローザおばさんが持つものだけだ。これで満足なんだろう。
Gord is upset.
ええ、満足よ。たとえ全員が信用できなくても、私は私自身だけを信用することができる。その私が銃とマスターキーを独占できた。これで私はもう誰も疑わずに済むの。あなたたちも嬉しいでしょ。これでもう疑われずに済む。
She's gone insane, dude. At that time, Maria, who alone seemed to be watching this as though it were a show, sneered at her mother. Aunt Rosa reacted nervously to that laugh and turned around.
鍵なんか関係ないよ。ベアトリーチェは魔法で扉を開けられる。
Yeah, of course she would say something
鍵
like
な
that.
んていらない。そんなもの誰が持っていたって持っていなくたって関係ないんだよ。
その笑い方をやめなさいっていつも言ってるでしょ。なーに、バトラ君。
I had just cut in between the two of them. Oh, that's not it. I was on my knees and hugging Maria's head. I was crying.
もうよしてくれよ、ローザおばさん。マリアが正しかったんだ。
何を言っているの。
マリア、疑って悪かった。信じなくて悪かった。
バトラ。
全部魔女の仕業だったんだ。魔女の仕業だったんだよ。トリックとかミスとかどうでもよかったんだ。ただベアトリーチェっていう魔女が実在して、
What is going on?
本当に魔女だっただけなんだ。それも俺は信じなかったから、こんなにも苦しくて悲しくて。
バトラはベアトリーチェを信じてくれる？
ああ、信じる。ベアトリーチェはいるんだ。そして不思議な魔法を使う魔女なんだ。
バトラ。
Maria let go of my hand, and then she was the one holding my head.
それでいいんだよ、バトラ。ベアトリーチェはいたの。
Existed.
バトラがなかなかそれを信じられなかったから見えなかったの。魔女はいるの。 いる。もうすぐ来る。バトラはベアトを信じてくれたから、きっと黄金鏡へ招かれるよ。もうすぐだから。もう何も怖くない。怖くないよ。マリアと一緒にお手手をつないで、ずっと一緒にいよう。一緒に非分の謎を考えよう。ベアトの問題を考えよう。ベアトは最初から言ってるよ。この問題を解いて遊ぼうとしか言ってないよ。
ああ、そうだったんだ。犯人探しなんて全くの時間の無駄だったんだ。俺たちはただ魔女を信じればよかったんだ。
You're gently brushing my cheek as my tears kept dripping down. Maria kissed my forehead as soft as a feather. For just that instant, Maria's smile, which had once seemed creepy to me, looked like that of an angel.
マスターキーはお返ししましたが、私どもの後ろの奥への忠
Surely
誠を
Battler
問います
hasn't actually given in, because, like, where do we go from there? The whole point was denying Beatrice.
100前は以後、お許しがない限り立ち入りません。どうかローザ様も、客間を内側より施錠なさってください。
本当に殊勝な人ね。台風が過ぎ去って、この島に再び海猫の鳴き声が
Cry
戻
the
ってきたな
seagulls.
ら、私たちは再び互いを信頼し合えるのかしら。
もし、再びの信頼を賜えるのでしたら、これに勝る喜びはありません。
But she said in red that the only way the doors can open are, like, with the master key, right? I was just thinking back, like, where has Kinzo been this entire time? Surely he would have something to unlock all the doors. His mansion.
そうね。私たちは必ず分かり合えるわ。海猫の鳴く頃に。
When the seagulls cry.
この部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにした方が良いでしょう。ローザ様、施錠をお願いいたします。私たちは厨房へ戻ります。何かございましたらいつでもご用命ください。
ありがとう。あなたが狼だったなら、なんてシャーシャーとのたまうのか。そしてあなたが羊だったなら、あなたを狼の檻に放り出してごめんなさい。
家具は家に運命を委ねます。命を落とすことになろうと、それによってローザ様の信頼を再び勝ち取れるならば。
Doors just open for Kinzo when he walks out to them. They know better. Where have I seen, like, something like that before? I feel like I heard a joke like that about another character before. The study door doesn't have an auto lock, it just knows to remain locked when he's there.
それはとても光栄なことです。
できることならば、あなたたちが台風が過ぎ去るまで元気でいることを願っています。これはすべて台風が奏でる暴風と降雨の競争曲。演奏が終われば幕が下り、私たちは再び手を取り合えるに違いない。海猫の鳴く頃に。
And Rosa nodded in response. Genji-san turned on his heel. He left the servant room. Oda-san's face was still streaked with tears, but maybe he managed to sort out his feelings as he listened to Genji-san's words. His face had been truly shameful, but it had returned to the face of the Goda-san we knew well.
私も厨房に控えております。何かございましたらいつでもご用命ください。温かい食事をお望みでしたらいつでもこの豪だ最高のお料理を用意させていただきます。
ありがとう。あなたには明日の朝食を頼みたいわ。明日の昼前には船も来るでしょう。今までありがとう。六軒島で唯一の楽しみがあなたの食事だったわ。
かしこまり
Her
ました。
only pleasure.
この豪だ最高の朝食を用意いたします。どうか明日の朝を楽しみにしてください。
ありがとう。シャノンちゃんも明日の朝に美味しいコーヒーを飲みながら仲直りをしましょ
No
う。
coffee?
ジョージ君。
僕も彼らと一緒に行く。
いいんです。庄司様、どうか客間にお戻りになってください。もうマスターキーは他にありません。だからローザ様とご一緒に客間にいれば誰にも脅かされません。
そうね。そういうことになってる。客間に私と一緒にいるのが客観的に考えて一番安全だと思うわ。でも無理に一緒にいろとは言わない。
Hmm?
ジョージ君はジョージ君の安全だと思う場所にいればいい。ジョージ君ももう大人だものね。明日の朝までどこで誰と過ごそうと自由だもの。
I would have thought she would have tried forcing him to stay with her. She was so adamant on trying to care for everyone earlier when they were all in the parlor.
僕は僕の判断で誰と夜を過ごすか決める。
Why the change about that now?
兄貴。
バトラ君はローザおばさんと客間にいるんだ。きっとそれが一番安全なんだ。客間の外はそれに比べたら安全ではないと思う。ならそんな場所にいる彼女を僕は一人にしておけない。
俺は決してシャノンちゃんや他の使用人を、いや誰かを疑ってるわけじゃないんだ。誰も疑いたくないんだ。遺産？黄金？そんなのくだらねえじゃねえかよ。そんなので殺し合いなんてあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
バトラ君の心が美しいことは僕が一番知っている。
You're
誰も君を責めない。誰も。
兄貴。
大丈夫。バトラはマリアが守る。マリアと一緒ならベアトリーチェでも手出しできない。だってマリアはちっちゃくても魔女だもの。
really.
マリアちゃん、バトラ君をよろしく。さあ、シャノン、行こう。
はい、ローザ様。それでは失礼させていただきます。
What is Maria's power if she's a witch then, huh?
いつでもお呼びつけください。
さっきはひどいことを言ってごめんなさいね。明日の朝まで許さなくてもいい。でも明日の朝になったらもう一度謝らせて。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Jordanica and Chan-chan left the servant room together. Not only Maria, Aunt Rosa, and I were left in this disgusting blood-stained room. Until Genji-san disappeared, until Goda-san disappeared, until Jordanica and Chan-chan disappeared, we stood there, shocked. After their presence and their footsteps had completely disappeared, Aunt Rosa giggled, as though she just remembered something pleasant. It was me! Blam! Are you kidding me? With this attitude? I'm about to steal the gun from her and blast her, dude. That one sentence made me choke. And you let George go with them?
そんなことを言うんだよ。
Oh.
マスターキーは5つで全部。そんなの誰が信じるの。どうせ複製の鍵があるに決まってるのよ。彼らが懐から鍵を出したくらいで信用なんかできるものか。
そりゃあねえぜ。
Solely.
その鍵を置いたってのはよ、単に鍵を手放したってだけじゃねえ。あんた彼らの今日までの苦労を全て台無しにして怪我して踏みつけて、その挙句としてその鍵を手放させたんだぜ。その捨て台詞はなんだよ。ここまでして見せてなおまだ信用できないってのかよ。あんまりだぜ、あんまりだぜ、そんなのって。
悪魔の証明なのよ。マスターキーは全部で5つ。そんなこと証明不能なのよ。マスターキーが5つあることはここに置けば示せる。でも5つ以上存在しないことは証明できない。そんなことは悪魔か魔女にしか証明できないのよ。
もうやめてくれ、もうやめて。頼むよベアトリーチェ、今すぐ現れてくれ。そしてローザおばさんに赤でマスターキーは5本しかないって言ってやってくれ。頼むよ、5丁だよ。悪魔にしか証明できないんだよ。魔女のお前なら証明できるんだよ。頼むからベアト、ここに現れてローザおばさんに、マスターキーはそれで全部だから、もうみんなを疑わなくていいんだって教えてやってくれ。
I just see now why the difficulty was extreme. It's because the witch is giving information that only Battler could know is the truth, and he can't. And he needs to explain it to the others, like how it is, how it could possibly be. Although in a situation like this, you can't. So what is he supposed to do then?
マスターキーは5本しかない。マスターキーは5本しかない。これはどうしたことか。わらわがいくら口にしてもローザに届かぬ。どうやらわらわの存在を否定しているやつがまだいるから聞こえないみたいだな。後ろ宮バートラー。
認めるよ。お前はいる、確かにいる。だから5章だよ。もうやめて、もうやめて。
言葉だけでは届かぬぞ。態度で示せ。わらわの家具になると心から誓え。
Oh no.
できるか。服を脱げ。裸に
That's a
な
bit
るんだよ。
much.
そして両手をついて地に這え。着衣は霊長にのみ認められた証だ。貴様は今から家具になるんだよ。だからその資格を失う当然のこと。そしてひざまずけよ。わらわの靴に舌を這わせろ。できるか。できるんだよな。そうしたら現れてやるよ。赤で言ってやる。マスターキーは5本しかないってローザに言ってやるよ。ああ、でも分かってる。誇り高きお前がプライドを捨てられるわけがない。それでもいいんだよ。十分なんだよ。ちょっとグラーってきただろ。靴を舐めてもいいかって一瞬思っただろ。
Don't give it in Battler. Come on.
すぐにそれを否定して自分を恥じただろう。その表情が見れるだけで最高に素敵な気分なんだよ。ざまあねえ顔だよ。鏡で見てみろよ。裸になって靴を舐めてる最低なお前が映ってるぜ。見えるかよ。 白宮バトル
Holy shit. Not even gonna be halfway through the day? I guess exactly halfway through the day. There's still like 6 more hours and like the story to go, dude. She loves her soundboard. Holy hell. Oh boy, that's a good point for at least a break. I'm wondering if I should go on a bit longer than this. It feels like we could probably maybe cuz we're at 6 p.m. here. Like in the in-game time. It feels like we could probably get through the rest and like pretty soon, yeah? Or should I try until another good scene break? I'll think about that for a little bit while I take a just a normal 5-minute break here to get up and stretch my legs and whatnot. BRB. Wants to cheat on me and watch Joe? What, is he streaming today? Umineko on Saturday? Should I schedule my Umineko streams on different days so you can not have to be forced to decide? Oh, wow. I need to fix all my OBS scenes here. Holy. Okay. Alright, so I think I'm gonna go and up until another decent scene break. But man, at least also that. I, I can't believe Rosa in this episode, dude. In episode 1, she was kind of bad, but I don't know. I feel like maybe she got a little better. And this one, she's just completely terrible, dude. Actually faking everything she just did in that servant room and then fucking all smugly saying that you can't trust those servants for a second. Holy. She's so horrible. Man, it's so bad. Anyway. Never put her in a position of power, you're right. I'm like munching on something and thinking about like what, like how the two rooms could be solved. There are only 5 keys. If we think about some colluding with the servants, then swapping the keys around like earlier in the day could be used to potentially solve like Jessica's room, but how do you solve the servant room? I mean, maybe it still works out. Maybe? Like the passing of keys. And then if I take that one line in red that she had where the door cannot be unlocked from the outside, as well as a door cannot be locked from the outside. A door can obviously be locked from the inside. But which one does it count as where you just flip the lock from the inside and then just close the door on the outside? Does that count as having locked it from the outside? I would think no, because you turned the lock from the inside of the door before you closed it. You're just closing the door on the outside. The door is, I guess, technically already locked. You're just closing it. Yeah? I don't know. I want to hang on that something specifically that theory because it makes sense enough to me. But it also doesn't feel entirely correct. But I can't think of anything else. Hmm. I'm trying to... If we assume that we can't do what I'm thinking of, where you just flip the lock from the inside and close the door on the outside after doing whatever. Then how else could it be done? We haven't seen Kenzo at all. We assume he's probably just still in his room, but at the same time, we also haven't... Like, we haven't seen him. We didn't get to see what her and... Or what he and Rosa, like, might have talked about. Came back with a gun. If anything, he had, like, maybe some similar speech that he had with, Natsui in episode 1, but with Rosa, and then freaking gave her that gun and said something like it's your turn to protect everyone or whatever. You're the, like, highest ranked family member now. Knowing full well maybe that sort of thing would go straight to her freaking head and things would turn out this way. There are only 5 master keys. Are we maybe concentrating too much on specifically master key? I'd assume there are specific keys for, like, specific doors, yeah? I mean, we saw that with Shannon's room. She had her own key to her own, room. So there should be keys like that, but for every room, right? But if we think back to the servant room, she said that all the servant room keys were in a box at the center of the servant room we were in then. But then all that does is just bring me back to just flip the switch from the inside and then close the door. Hmm. Window cannot be locked from the outside. Is there a way you could use the window and the door? Maybe in a way that would require 2 people? Or open the window, throw a key out, have them go around, but what does that accomplish? You still gotta lock both of them. I... No. Hmm. It's just- what if this? What if the? What about the hidden doors? Does it still count as a hidden door if maybe it was just a freaking hole in the wall with like nothing to close it? You just hid it behind like a freaking curtain or shelf or something? It wouldn't technically be a door or a hidden. I'm assuming they would have found something like that instantly. I'm probably spending too much time thinking here. I really can't think of another way. And just have to see where things go.
それが真相だというのかい？
Yeah, that's just a servant room hole. Nothing noteworthy about it. Wait, no, that they would have mentioned that for sure, right? If there were vents. I'm thinking too out there, maybe. Probably a clue I glossed over. Or maybe I am on the right track with my thinking. Let's finally continue.
私たちは見たままのことをお話ししています。
George folded his arms and started mumbling again. The kitchen was once again wrapped in a long silence.
ジョージ様がにわかには信じられない気持ちも私はよくわかります。何しろこの目で確かに見たはずの私ですらあれが何だったのかわからなくなる。私は確かに見た。そして取っ組み合いまでしたはずなんです。なのにあれが全部幻だったような気すらする。
なるほどね。
Always this spotting of like gold butterflies when weird things like this happen. Also during the whole fight that Canon had with like the freaking goat demon and stuff. The room was like surrounded in butterflies and whatnot. And like the room was warping. Pretty sure at the beginning of all that, the butterflies were trying to like basically choke freaking Jessica. I'm cleaning my glasses here while I'm thinking. Noticed how dirty they were. Like an illusion. Magic set. Dizzying smells coming from Kinzo's room. All like a sickly sweet smell or something I think it was described as. Freaking maybe it's Mad Gasser coming in. Maybe he's the culprit, like freaking drugging everyone with like I wouldn't say not smoke. That's not the right word. Just vapors or gas and making them see things because they're high as fuck or whatever. That kind of ties in the descriptions of like the butterflies trying to choke Jessica the way they were and whatnot. Maybe. All right.
あのローザおばさんに詳しく話せないわけだ。今の話を本当にしてたら、もっと面倒なトラブルになっていただろうね。なるほど。源氏さんが随分冷静な対応をしていたのが分かりました。
私にそれを説明するだけの力があればよかったのですが。
George had not actually seen it. And even when pressed to believe, he just couldn't imagine it. It was only natural. Because even the people who had actually seen it had given up asking themselves what it was.
話を少し巻き戻すよ。シャノンはカノン君が偽物かもしれないと思った時、クモの巣を取ってきたと言ったね。どうしてそんなことを？
そうだ、それは私も思っていました。どうしてクモの巣だったんです？
How did you know?
前に熊沢さんに聞いたことがあるんです。大昔の六軒島には悪霊が住んでいて、その雲の巣を恐れたって。
Evil spirits?
それで雲の巣を魔除けと尊んで大切にしたという昔話があるんだそうです。それでそのとっさに
Only Spider-Man was
私も少し
here.
混乱していたんだと思います。
そんな話が。熊沢はそういう昔話に詳しかったな。
クモは液中ですからね。確かにそういう信仰があってもおかしくないかもしれない。
きっとその悪霊の力をあの鳥居の祠が封じ込め
And
て
you
たんだと思
broke the mirror! Way to go! You gonna tell George that you did that? You did that so that they would that he would, like, start liking you and you could be with him?
そして霊境が割られたのでその力が蘇ってベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる力となってしまったに違いないのです。私が、
Oh.
心の弱かった私があんな大それたことをしなければ。
He is gonna say it. Kinda.
シャノン、その話はもうしなくても大丈夫だよ。僕は君を責めたりなんかしない。
Since long ago, Shannon often suggested that there was some kind of occult cause for her meeting with George. After listening to her, George had grown to think that she was being a typical girl, associating love with fate, chance, and miracles. He did think that smashing the spirit of mirror offered at the Torii shrine was taking it a bit far, but he laughed it off and forgiven her. She told him that, like, a while back? He did think that smashing the spirit mirror offered at the Torii shrine was taking it a bit far, but he laughed it off and had forgiven her, thinking of it as just a prank that showed how serious she was about her relationship with him. Just breaking a mirror in some musty shrine wouldn't have changed fate of our meeting. It would never cause any curse. He tried to cheer her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust.
ベアトリーチェ様という霊のような存在がいるという話はこの島に勤めるようになってからたくさんの同僚、最初はバカバカしいと思っていましたが、それを批判するとなんだか不謹慎そうな空気があったもので、私も表向きは信じているように振る舞っていきました。しかしまさか本当に。
Did it really?
いたんです。ベアトリーチェ様はずっとこのお屋敷におられたんです。でもベアトリーチェ様は力を失っておられて、私たちの前に姿を現すことができなかったんです。ずっといた。私たちが見えなかっただけなんです。
源氏さんの意見を聞きたいです。
私には何も意見はありません。
Oh, opinion.
一つだけ申し上げたいのは、私たちはあの時ここに5人いた。そしてカノンが勝手口から帰ってきたと思った。そして使用人室に運び、何かが起こって南條先生と熊沢が帰らぬ人となってしまった。それだけです。私たちは見たものをすでに全て説明しました。それを見ていないジョージ様に信じろというのはとても無理な話だと理解しています。
信じられるわけがない。あれは間違いなくカノンさんだと思った。でもあいつがベッドから起き上がって そう。こんな風にしながら胸の傷をまさぐり始めた時、こいつはカノンさんじゃない、誰か別の存在なんだと直感しました。ジョージ様にはわからないでしょう。よく知っていると思っていた人物が
George seems to be taking this well.
実は別人であることをさらけ出した
Look at that
瞬間
smile.
の恐ろしさというものは説明できない。とても説明できるわけがない。
わかるよ。ゴーダさんがそれほどまでにショックを受けるどんな恐ろしいことがあったのか。
ありがとうございます、ジョージ様。
They all fell silent again. Shanna kept crying no matter how many times she was consoled, thinking that listening to the witch's sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror on that day had been the mistake that ruined everything.
君に囁いたという魔女は、その鏡があると力を失うんだね。
少し説明してくれた気がしますが、あの鏡があると力が出せないというようなことを言っていたと思います。
君が割ったというその鏡はどうしたの？
You go look for it?
覚えていません。多分割ったまま立ち去りましたから、そのままそこに残ってたでしょう。
ということは、岩礁が雷で撃たれて消えたとかいう時に海の底か。まあ、拾って接着剤で貼り付けたところで、ご利益は戻らないだ
We'll
ろうけ
get
ど
the
ね。
one in Natsui's room. Easy.
私は本当になんてこと。
ごめん、失言したよ。
He didn't know if Shannon breaking the mirror really had started all this off. But the servants didn't blame Shannon. They all seemed to believe that her actions have been Though the servants didn't blame Shannon, they all seemed to believe that her actions had been the root cause. But even now, George wasn't able to go that far. All this talk about witches and evil spirits just sounded fake to him, even though he's trying to be open-minded. Even so, he listened seriously to Shannon's story, trying to find a hint that might relieve at least a little of the pain in her heart.
そういえば、その鳥居にあったものとは違うでしょうが、
Oh, you're actually gonna mention it?
奥様がお守りとして霊鏡をお持ちになっていると聞いたことがあります。
へえ、夏日おばさんが？
はい、おじい様の形見分けか何かでもらったものだそうで、とても強い魔除けの力を持つ霊鏡だとかなんとか。
同じ話は私も聞いたことがある。
I'm gonna go get it.
鏡は良くないものを反射して弾き返す力があるのだとか。
その霊鏡があれば、魔女のベアトリーチェに対抗できるかな？
George proposed this, the servants looked up.
祀っていた鳥居と祠はもうないかもしれないけれど、霊鏡がもう一枚あるのは重要なことだよ。夏日おばさんの実家は神職にも通じていると聞いたことがある。それは本当に
Really?
単なる鏡ではないかもしれない。
確か奥様は宝物箱に入れて大事にしまっている、そんなに大きいものではないのかもしれません。
大きさの問題ではなかったと思います。私が割った鏡も一見大したことのない小さな鏡に見えます。
相手がオカルトなら、こちらもオカルトの手段で対抗するしかない。ただこうして座っていても何も解決しない。単なる気休めだとしてもやってみる価値はあるよ。
Yo. Of course, this didn't mean George had accepted the witch. However, he thought it'd be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony to heal the wounds in Shannon's heart. So this story about Natsui's spirit mirror was really convenient.
行こう。魔女をやっつけようなんて大それたことは言わないよ。でも魔女から身を守る魔除けがあってもいいと思う。前にマリアちゃんに聞いたんだけど、おじい様の部屋の扉は強力な魔除けが施されているんでしょ。さすがおじい様だね。オカルトに対する防御も十分だったわけだ。行こう。夏日おばさんの部屋へ。
しかし奥様の部屋には鍵がかかっていると思います。
Just kick down the
マス
door.
ターキーはローザ様にお返ししてしまいましたし、キーボックスのある使用人室も施錠されてしまいましたし。
ならばその鍵は夏日おばさんが持ち歩いているはず。礼拝堂にはまだ夏日おばさんの遺体があるはずだ。
But didn't they lock the
警察が来る前
the
に
chapel
勝手
back
に
up?
いじってしまうのは悪いことだけれど、それについてはちゃんと説明しよ
しかし礼拝堂の入り口も鍵がかけられております。
Break a window?
う。ゴーダさんの腕力じゃガラス1枚割れないのかい？その辺の石で叩き割ればいい。
Kind of like George's thinking so far.
大切な礼拝堂の窓を破ってしまっても、その
おじい様に怒られるときは僕が責任を持つよ。僕はもともと今日後ろ宮家の全員と戦うつもりでいた。君との婚約を許してもらうためにね。
Got to get them to accept my engagement.
だから元よりその覚悟はある。
Okay, no, he doesn't mean that he already done it. It means that he still needs to do it.
ガラスを割ろう。そして夏日おばさんの遺体から鍵を借りよう。
Not that he has much of anyone else to convince anymore. George's announcement that he'd take responsibility seemed to have given the servants a great deal of courage. Shannon and Goda looked at each other, then looked at George's face again.
オカルトに詳しいおじい様だもの。夏日おばさんの霊境の力だってきっと理解してくれる。大丈夫。怒られたりなんかしない。
奥様の鏡で本当にベアトリーチェ様をもう一度封じることができるでしょうか？
Always worth a
わからな
try.
い。でも試す価値はあると思う。なら
Yeah.
行こう。表はどんどん暗くなっちゃうよ。急ごう。シャノンは懐中電灯を、ゴーダさんはガラスを割れそうな道具を、ゲンジさんはすみません、傘の用意をお願いします。
Genji for umbrella. The servant who had been rejected by Rosa gained a new master and started to move. George, who was normally calm and gentle, was now radiating dignity. Shannon checked the emergency flashlight, just in case she changed batteries. Goda was testing several heavy-looking cooking tools. Normally, a highly praised chef like him wouldn't want to use them for something other than their intended purpose, but now he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one he accepted as his master. After some worrying, he took a large, thick-feeling frying pan. Genji removed several umbrellas from the umbrella stand set in the corner near the kitchen door. He took 3 of them.
ゲンジさん、
私はご一緒できません。ご用命の時に全員がいないようなことがあっては、後ろ宮家使用人頭として恥ずかしいことです。
Really?
そんな源氏さん、今のこの屋敷で一人でいることがどれだけ危険か、あなたもわかるでしょう。
He could probably handle himself a decent amount, though. Did you see what he did
私は
earlier?
親方様からいつお呼び出しがあってもいいように、私はここにいなくてはならない。
源氏様、
言ってジョージ様にお仕えするように、くれぐれも粗相のないように。ゴーダ、手本となるようよろしく頼む。
はい、お任せください。
必ずやお役目を果たします。
本当にいいんですね、ゲンジさん。
はい、私はもうこの年です。今日までの人生は全て親方様に受けたご恩をお返しするための日々でした。このような老いぼれがどうなろう、全てはルールと
The
もし、
roulette.
私はどのような結果が出るのかをここに座って見届けたいと思います。
As Genji said that, he sat down. As though saying that he didn't intend to discuss this anymore, his gaze fell to the chessboard that he played with Nanjo on. When George saw this, he decided to leave Genji there.
行こう、みんな。今は少し風もおとなしいみたいだ。
When George took an umbrella and dashed down the hallway, Shannon and Goda chased after him, each holding a tool. Oh, lingering on that shot for a while. After they flew out of the room, Genji quietly stretched his hand out to the side of the chessboard. He softly pulled something there towards himself, covering it with his palm. Genji killed his breathing even more than before. As he did, something flashed gold. From inside an ice pale sat on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared, softly and silently. It was almost as though it had seen George and the rest off and was trying to secretly chase after them. It just strike down that butterfly. It happened in an instant. The elegant gold butterfly flapping its wings was pinned against the wall by the knife Genji threw, just like a butterfly in a bug collection. After the gold butterfly beat its wings several times, looking like it was in pain, it accepted the fact that it couldn't break free, became fine gold powder and smoke, and disappeared as though it had melted into water. Yo, Genji is sick, dude. Genji still gazed down at the chessboard as though nothing had happened. Maybe he would think of a brilliant move very soon. No matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to bond for all eternity. Even though he knew that, Genji searched for a brilliant move. It must have been the perfect way to kill time, during the short period before some fate would be given to him. He didn't know what the result of the roulette would bring about, but that decision would be made very soon. No one could interfere with the tumbling roulette ball. The strongest Umineko character. What is it about like old like butlers that are like being stupidly strong that makes them cool, dude? The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like. Because of that, Aunt Rosa seemed to suspect that any suspicious person approaching would break in through the window. Sitting on a one-person sofa, her back to the door, she continued to hold onto her gun. They did not do that. His corpse is gone. Disappeared, disintegrated. I didn't know what was what anymore. Even though my body and mind were worn out, I played with Maria as she wanted. Maria had said it. Beatrice was testing us to see if we could solve the epitaph of the gold, so we had to try and figure out this riddle. In the beginning, I was a little interested in trying to solve it, but I didn't have a clue as to where to start in this weird text. I didn't doubt that there was some riddle hidden there, but I seriously doubted I'd be able to suddenly leap to an answer. In the middle part of the epitaph, there were lines going from 1st to 10th twilight telling us the journey to the Golden Land. On our first twilight, offer 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. It was obvious that this hinted at the first 6 murders that had already occurred in the chapel, Jessica and Kanankun's murders. This was being followed, we still had to be prepared for 5 more people to be killed. The 4th twilight gouged a head and kill. The 5th twilight gouged a chest and kill. The 6th twilight gouged a stomach and kill. The 7th twilight gouged a knee and kill. And the 8th twilight gouged a leg and kill. Dr. Nanjo and Masawa Bachan's corpses still hadn't been found. However, if this follows the pattern in the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th twilights, they'll surely be found in a pitiful state with their head and chest gouged. So we could expect 3 more of us will be gouged in the stomach, knee, and leg, killed. Who will it be? I looked around the room, noticing that there were 3 people here, but where could I put it? My emotions seemed paralyzed. Strangely, I didn't feel frightened. As I leaned against the sofa with the top part of my body, gazing up at the ceiling, Maria noticed. Apparently she felt I was slacking off in my riddles of solving. She got mad at me for not, taking this seriously enough.
なあ、マリア。
う
ベアトリーチェは確か、これを解いたらどうするって言ってたんだっけ。
I'm sure the witch wrote in her letter that she'd give up on collecting interest or something abstract like that. I optimistically took that to mean she gave up on killing the whole family. But was it really written with that meaning? For some reason, I couldn't convince myself that solving the riddle would really save me. I feel like maybe, even if I did solve it, we'll just be doing what the culprit wants, and it will all be wasted effort.
そんなことはない。この碑文が解けたらベアとの儀式はおしまいになる。だからもうそれ以上誰も死ななくなる。
本当にか？そういうルールを奴が提示してるだけだろ。この謎を解けば多分じい様の隠し黄金のありかがわかるんだろ。奴はきっとそれを狙って。
おお、狙わないよ。
How can you be
なんで
sure?
そう断言でき
Oh,
るんだ。
yes! Yeah, that's what I said.
黄金は最初からベアとのものだもん。自分のものを狙ったりなんかしない。
じゃあどうしてベアトは俺たちにこんな大ヒントを授けてくれたんだ？というかどうしてこんなゲームじみたことを仕掛けてきたんだ？
As a Kinzo?
魔法にはリスクが必要なの。
Risk is essential for magic.
よく意味がわかんねえな。
例えばマラソン。完走すれば誰でももらえるメダルと一番になった人しかもらえないメダルって同じ価値だと思う？
思わねえぜ。つまりなんだよ。結局奴は遊んでるってことなのか？わざとこっちにチャンスを与えるようなことをして。
違う。それがね、魔法というものなの。どんな大きな魔法にも絶対にリスクや弱点があるの。ないといけないの。
Must have.
魔法って言われるとピンとこねえが、ギャンブルだって考えれば。
Oh, now he's thinking like Kinzo.
でかく失う覚悟がなきゃでかくは勝てない。そして勝ち目の薄いギャンブルであればあるほど配当はでかくなる。
その通りだよ。だからベアとは儀式のリスクをちゃんとみんなに説明したの。だからこの謎を解けばちゃんと儀式は中断される。だってそれを約束違反したらリスクにならない。
これを解けば奴は本当に約束を守るのか？
花は枯れるのにどうして美しいの？造花は見分けがつかないほど精巧でもどうして美しくないの？人間は死を賭すから奇跡が起こせる。不死の人間がいたとしてその人物に何の奇跡も起こせる道理はない。私たちも人生も魔女も儀式も私たちはリスクを負わなければ何も成し遂げられないの。
Why would you want to stop the ceremony? Why would you want to solve the riddle and stop the ceremony? Like Maria? Doesn't that go against what you want? Like Beatrice reviving and taking you to the Golden Land?
謎が解けたらどうするんだ？ピンポーンって鳴らして挙手して回答を魔女に伝えて答え合わせをするのか？
それは知らない。でも解けばきっと自動的に儀式は終わる。
マリアは詳しいな。そいつはみんなベアトリーチェに習ったのか？
So if you don't bear a risk, nothing can be gained. Is that it? That definitely is the way of the world. But it's sort of in conflict with the chessboard thinking I like so much. At least when making a move in chess, players grow for the best move, always trying to avoid risk and hoping for the advantageous turn of events. They don't trust to chance, like in gambling. Right, there's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. And yet this person called Beatrice has created such an outrageous crime. Or maybe a ceremony, while purposely imposing conditions for our own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play your best move. By putting yourself in your opponent's position, you can predict their next move. However, we can't be sure that Beatrice's moves are always the best possible moves. I thought she was probably making us focus on Epitaph to fool us in some way, speaking in riddles. But according to Maria, that alone was impossible. She said this was a genuine risk that the witch had taken, and therefore proof that this was a formal ceremony for magic. I can't understand this witch called Beatrice. If she's committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind, why did she go through all the trouble of exposing the conditions for her defeat? No matter how I spin the chessboard around and think from my opponent's perspective, I can't understand why she'd give up if this riddle can be solved. Isn't it almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses? Of course, chessboard reasoning won't work against an opponent like that. I don't understand. I don't understand. What is Beatrice after that's making her carry out this crime? If she just wanted to massacre us all, she could have done it quietly without this whole crazy setup. There's no need for that kind-hearted advance notice, all this self-aware closed room stuff, or any of the rest. It's all overacting. I got no clue what it means. Will I be unable to understand everything as long as I keep thinking of Beatrice as a greedy human culprit? I don't accept her as a witch. Will my chessboard thinking be stuck before I've even lined up the pieces? If she really is a witch and everything Maria said is true, then there's only one thing for us to do. The theory building and discord and searching for the culprit has all been pointless. We should be all gathered in dining hall, combining our knowledge to solve the riddle. By combining the knowledge of that many people, we might have been able to grasp at least a thread of the answer. The greedy humans, each desiring to gain something over their opponents, were getting offered up as sacrifices one by one, without gathering their knowledge together. In the end, did the humans get what they deserved? They thought they were using their brains, but they were actually thinking only of their greedy selves. In the end, chessboard theory is a thinking technique where you project yourself onto your opponent. So greedy people see their greedy selves inside of their opponents. I looked lazily at Aunt Rosa. She was probably tired from being under all this tension the whole time. She couldn't sleep, but she kept staring vaguely at some point off in space. Aunt Rosa announced that we couldn't trust anyone who hadn't been killed. Aunt Rosa's chessboard thinking she saw herself inside her opponent. In other words, maybe Aunt Rosa was an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone and unable to let her guard down. Long ago, I think I heard a bit about it from my dad. Aunt Rosa was originally a very obedient child. Her age was far too separated from the other siblings, and they often made conflicting demands of her during their confrontations. Thanks to this, she undergone a bit of psychological harsh experiences in her youth. Often, she copied one of her siblings. Often, when she copied one of her siblings, another sibling would give her a hard time. True, Aunt Rosa said many things today that could be taken as abusive. But that means those words were once showered upon her, which is why they were engraved in her vocabulary. The many abusive words she'd spoken were also words that she'd been showered with in the past. Now that I think about it, I have the feeling that her style of speech sometimes has traces of Uncle Cross or Aunt Eva in it. I understood it as them being similar because they were siblings, but maybe that wasn't just that. For the first time, I truly sympathized with Aunt Rosa, whom I always assumed was quiet and gentle. I don't know, man. But sure, maybe she had things rough growing up. But her stocks are still down. Then what about Maria? Maria's been making a certain claim for a while now. If we can solve the riddle of the witch displayed to us, the ceremony will be halted and would definitely be saved. And I think she also said that Beatrice would never break a promise. But this is Maria we're talking about. She herself never breaks promises, and she has the most innocent heart. So she believes Beatrice also won't break her promises. She's able to believe that. Wasn't that just an image of Beatrice in Maria's mind? There's no proof that the real Beatrice always keeps her promises, right? Sudden. Yeah, I don't know if I believe your red text. You were like laughing in red and called me an idiot in red. I can't be believing this.
気分の謎を解けば黄金鏡へ至ることができるだろう。
Should.
さすれば儀式は終わる。それ以上誰も死にはせぬ。
お前みたいな下道の極みがルールを遵守するってのかよ。
わらわが残忍で卑劣で下道であることを
Brutal
否
and
定はせ
unjust
ぬ。
and a monster. All three.
だがわらわは魔女だ。魔法を使う。魔法を使うには守らねばならぬルールがある。わらわは魔女だからこそそれだけは信じるがよい。
これだけめちゃくちゃやってきて、それでもルールだけは信じろってのかよ。
わらわはたぶらかしはする。もちろん人も騙す。人間と変わらぬ。だが約束として口にしたことを保護にしたことは一度もない。人間はどうか約束を必ず守るのか。
約束を守ろうなんてキャッチフレーズがある以上、ちゃんと履行されてるかどうかは疑わしいな。
わらわから見れば人間の方がよっぽ
Humans are
ど
the
利己的
truly
で下道
selfish
な存
monsters.
在よ。人間の約束ほど疑わしいものはない。わらわも時に人間と契約するが、くだらない願い一つ叶えるのにどれほど厳重に取り決めをするか想像もつくまい。少しでも隙があると連中はすぐに叶える願いの数を100に増やせとか、小さな豆粒に変身してみろとか言い出す。
Turn yourself into a bean.
親父によく言われたぜ。契約書ほど怖えもんはねえって。よく読まずにハンコを押すやつは骨の髄まで喋られて当然だって言ってたぜ。悪徳で荒稼ぎしてやがったんだな。
察しろ。人は生まれながらに詐欺を知りはせぬ。どこかで被った。だから覚えた。押し付け合わずにはいられぬ人の世の罪。はて、どこの魔女に聞いたやら。まあいい。そなたが思っているほどわらわも無慈悲ではないよ。
Not as heartless as you might think. Only a slight millimeter less heartless than you think.
嘘をつけ、これだけの大勢を。こんな残酷な方法で殺しておいて何が無慈悲ではないだ。約束は守るだと。いい加減なことを言うな。俺はお前を認めない。断じてそれを譲らないことだけがお前への抵抗だと俺は信じてる。
なるほど。
Going back to resisting? What happened earlier
永
then?
遠の苛波であるのは
Just too early.
かもしれぬな。1000年は長い。魔女の強さは魔力より我慢強さで決まるのかもしれんな。なるほど。ベルン教の恐ろしさもうなずける。
Lady Burn.
何をわけのわかんねえ話をブツブツ言ってやがる。さっさと永遠の苛波とやらを続けろよ。俺は1000年でも1万年でも付き合う覚悟だぜ。
Even 10,000.
よいよい。少しは戦う気力も戻ってきたようだな。そうでなければつまらない。ほら、対戦ゲームでもよくあるだろう。乱入したけど相手
Boring
は
sound
あまり
effects.
に弱くて拍子抜けで、わざと負けて最終ラウンドまで延長させて最後に本気でフルボッコにすることとかってあるだろ
例えの意味がわかんねえよ。
う。ワインと同じよ。よく熟成させねば輝かぬ。 お前はそれに耐えられるワイ
Weird to
ン
me how wine gets better with age.
わらわがじっくり熟成させてやる。そなたをわらわの優雅な時間を彩る最高の美酒に育て上げてやるぞ。だからこの程度で屈服などするな。わらわを引き続き否定してくれよ。何しろわらわはそなたが認めぬ限り儚き幻想に過ぎぬのだから。
Soundboard again. Alright, so what now? Back to George breaking into the chapel? Oh.
何度見ても辛いな。
教授、お察しします。
Back to the main character.
シャノンさん、鍵を頼みます。お亡くなりになられたとはいえ、奥様はレディーです。私には触れることができません。
はい。
Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they searched for another way in just in case. But in the end, after proving once again that there was nowhere they could slip in through, it only became more obvious that this chapel was a mysterious closed room. Inside the chapel, time had stopped ever since the last time they left it. Even George wasn't able to approach that gruesome Halloween party again. It was only natural. It reminded him again of the sadness of losing both parents at once, and Goda thinking of the possibility that those corpses might have changed in some horrible way now. That half a day had passed, didn't want to let George get near them. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. Normally, Shannon might have resented having another dirty job forced on her, but now she could truly understand Goda's mental state. Even though Goda had a prodigious skill, he had gotten dragged into trouble, losing his job, and ended up left out in the streets before Natsui gave him new life. Though it had been just a casual employment decision for Natsui, Goda must have thought it a turning point in his fate. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsui, so he probably didn't want to lose that feeling, even after her death. Now that half a day has passed, the bodies of Natsui and the rest had changed completely. Small bugs sniffing out the smell of death had started to gather. Oh. It really wasn't something you want to look at directly.
失礼いたします。
Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Natsui kept her room key in. It'd probably be this pocket. Her guess didn't fail her. Just by touching that side of the pocket, she immediately able to feel it.
ありました。
Peter Madame's room. Shannon held the key up high, showing the others that had been found. As George and Goda watched her, their eyes opened wide. It wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting until it startled her. The body started to get up! Oh, butterflies. After all, Shannon hadn't noticed. George and Goda, watching from far, noticed it first. After all, when Shannon held the key up high, a blizzard of gold leaf had seeped from around the table. There were countless gold butterflies. It was the first time George had seen them, so it might have looked like some kind of illusion. But Goda already knew that those gold butterflies were far from beautiful and that they would bring about some kind of misfortune. All that gold swelled, trying to suck Shannon in.
シャノンさん、走って。
Is it just going to be George and Shannon now? Shannon realized that gold butterflies were trying to swallow her up. She ran unsteadily, her expression still shocked. As she did, the gold butterflies danced around her all at once. They grouped together. They tried to swallow her up.
シャノン！くそ、なんだこれは。これが君たちの言っていた黄金の蝶なのか。
早く外へ。
You bastards! George and Goda rushed up to Shannon, driving off the cloud of butterflies, and while the butterflies were scattered, they ran towards the broken window. However, they needed a good footing to get out the window, which was surrounded by shards of broken glass. When they entered, there had been enough time to prepare for that, but now there was none.
扉から出よう。足場を探してる時間なんかない。
開かない。硬い。
貸して。
Stuck.
くそ、このオンボロ。
ジョージ様、お早く。くそ、なめるな。
Stop making Goda cool. I want to hate him. Goda took off his jacket, swinging it around and scattering the group of butterflies. But saying he was outnumbered would be a real understatement. It was doubtful that he even bought them a short amount of time. George struggled with the broken handle. Its age showed and it didn't turn well. I can't leave it to strength. It needs to be the right angle or there's some trick to it.
ジョージ様、くそー、この化け物どもが。
At that moment, Goda saw it. He was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. On top of the party table. No, with the stained glass behind it. Floating, laughing, was the figure of the witch. Saw the figure of the laughing witch in the center of the golden whirlwind, with the gold butterflies fluttering around at the ready. Should have been Goda's first meeting with her, but he knew her at a glance. Like the other servants had said, this was certainly the witch of the portrait herself.
そろそろ晩餐の時間ではないか。すでにわらわはこの屋敷のホストである。そなたらを素晴らしきディナーで歓待しなくてはならぬというもの。おあつらえ向きに3人ではないか。これは実に好都合。
Go Goda, get her!
開いた。
Oh!
ゴーダさん、早く。ベアトリーチェ様。
足を止めてもよいのか。ここがそなたらの墓場にふさわしいというなら。
What is this song? It's so cool.
かつての主の傍らにて死後も仕えたいというその心意気はたたえようぞ。
The golden whirlwind that wrapped around the witch burst. It's like an evil hand had literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. Cloud of gold butterflies attacked with a fluttering sound.
急ぐんだ。足を止めちゃいけない。
George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to their senses. Standing here now would make them like frogs getting stared down by a snake. They had to resist. They had to fight this incarnation of the new, brutal, and frightening order in which Rokujima had been enveloped. There was no time to take out their umbrellas. The three of them dashed out into the pouring rain. The three of them never realized because they didn't turn around, but the gold butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well, and this hampered their ability to chase after the humans. The three people ran from their golden pursuers and flew into the mansion. Oh, the butterflies catch up?
こうでなくては面白くない。
They unlocked the door and dashed into the room. A bit of the scent from Natsui's favorite gentle incense remained in there. However, there was no time to let that calm them now.
どこにあるんだ。宝物箱の中って言ったっけ。
話に聞いただけです。実際にどこにあるかまでは。
多分お化粧台かベッドの脇にあるんじゃないかと思います。
Shame that a visual novel. Insane that a visual novel had some of the best action tracks. It has some really good music, dude. Holy. Shannon's womanly sensibilities led her to conclude that But next to the bed, there was only an incense burner and a half-read novel and glasses. However, the dresser was elegant and had many drawers, and it would be understandable if she kept some of her valuables there. But that treasure box up on top. He began to violently open each one of the drawers. He had to hurry. He couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had a feeling that the witch was approaching. He had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. He emptied the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Every small box for makeup looked like a treasure box. And the amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel a little dizzy.
この箱かもしれません。鍵がかかってて開きません。
That must be it. Crack it open! At a glance, it looked slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rustled as though various small objects were inside. But it was locked and didn't open.
普通、鍵はすぐ近くに隠しておくものです。あるいは常に身につけている人もいるかも。わからない。わからない。
やむを得ない。壊そう。でも乱暴にはできないね。中の鏡を割ってしまうかもしれない。こじ開ける道具はないから。そう。
Oda looked all over the room trying to see if there was some tool they could use. He noticed the door, which had been left open ever since they entered. He approached the door to close it and saw the abominable shadows of people approaching from beyond the darkness in the hall. No, it wasn't shadows of people. Because they weren't human at all. Oda's voice trailed off. It was the shock of seeing a procession of those not of this world. He was a servant. He knew all the servants working for the Ushiromiya family. But he didn't know about these. However, they were definitely servants. And not servants working for Ushiromiya Kinzo or Ushiromiya Cross. But multiple! Goda, quick! Pull out your energy blade. You can do it! These new servants who worked for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice, had goat heads and bright red boiled eyes of lava. Oh no. As the new master laughed loudly and grimly directed 6 of the new servants. 6! He saw them approach, piercing the darkness as they came. Of course, he was clad in the gold butterflies that were her symbol. But hurriedly closed the door and locked it. However, just as he locked it, it returned to normal, just as though a spring or something had knocked it back. It gave the illusion that some prankster beyond the door was unlocking it every time he locked it. They couldn't have reached the other side of the door yet. So who was doing it and how? It almost felt like playing with a broken toy. Click, boing. Click, boing. If only they had Maria's scorpion charm, dude.
鍵がわらわを拒むと思うか。その部屋の新しき主、その部屋の扉が拒むと思うのか。
It was like the witch could see Goto's frantic effort through the door. Even now, the footsteps continued to approach, and when not just their footsteps, but even their breath could be heard, Goto gave up on the lock and slammed into the door, locking it using his own large bodies.
ジョージ様、これはどうでしょう。
レターオープナーか。そっちの方がいいね。貸して。万年筆じゃうまくいかない。
He's trying to use a pen. Door took it and once again dug into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. It looks like it's working. The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screamed. This wasn't a war cry during a test of strength. He was terrified. He was simply terrified that nothing but a single wooden door was stopping him from touching something not of this world. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching the things directly, as they were on the other side of the door. So, if he were to touch them directly, Goda's cry would surely turn from something brave into a pathetic piercing scream, and therefore one that was more real. Oh! Goda couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Coming through the door. An arm was... An arm was slipping straight through the wood like it was water. As though doing this was the most natural thing in the world. And it rubbed the back of Goda's hand as he frankly tried to hold the door shut. It lit up his arm, to his chest, and then up to his chin. By now, Goda's scream wasn't even audible anymore. He could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. It wasn't coming from the witch, but it sounded like a young woman. However, that didn't change the fact that it came from someone not of this world. Hazel Bob! The Fly? Where's her sick dance track from SMT5?
見てるの相馬と教えてね終わったらありがとうもう終わってるのね
Quick, where are the spider webs when you need them? Oh. Oh no, Goda's down. That lewd arm burst. Lewd. And then they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at an incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. An incredibly fast, small, like steel or maybe a beetle. When it buried itself right into the center of Goda's chest and stopped, they realized for the first time that its true form was something like a stake with a strange design on it. Goda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. As it did, the door opened softly, even though no one was pushing it, welcoming in the new master of this room. Looked almost as though the door itself had accepted her. The goat attendants came in one after another, 6 of them. Then that witch came in, the gold butterflies came in. The room was warped in a blizzard of gold leaf which fell and piled up, turning it more and more into a world of gold. She swapped outfits.
シャーノンルーレットはそなたとジョージを選んだ解放の日に感謝せよ未練はあるまいないよな惚れた男から婚約指輪をもらって夜も共にしないうちに殺されてしまっても未練なんかないよな女の幸せを教えてもらいたかったんだろう
Going a bit too lewd.
ああシャーノンダメダメ垂れてるぜお前の口元から未練がダラダラ垂れてんのが見えるぜシャーノン
Crack. With the sound of the littered treasure box breaking open, when George turned it over, accessories, charms, various small objects that the two had treasured when she was a girl fell out. Mixed in with that was a pouch that stood out from the rest. He picked it up and was immediately sure this was it.
見つけたこれだ
いいって及ばなかったの死ね
All at once, the gold butterflies attacked George, who was hurriedly trying to remove the contents of the pouch. Oh? Freaking mirror actually working? Did he do it? Oh. At that time, a bright red flash seemed to light up the room for an instant. That red flash seemed to cut a hole in the cloud of butterflies raging around the room, drawing a circle with Shannon at the center. So she doesn't have energy swords? She has like the freaking barrier, dude? The resulting scene looked truly divine. Almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the cloud of in this world of gold. George, who was curled into a ball trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies, didn't have a clue what was going on. What is happening? Then he noticed that Shannon was standing guard in front of him, shielding him, as she glared at the witch and the rest with a serious face she'd never shown him before.
忘れていた。そなたもまた金蔵の優れた家具だったな。それもカノンよりだいぶ熟成した。
カノン君をよくも
She parried the butterflies. Oh, hell yeah.
殺した
Plus 1 AP. Counterattack.
よくも亡骸を消し去り、その名誉まで汚そうとしたな。
おやおやシャーノ、それを怒ってるのか。カノンに会えなくて寂しいならわらわに頼めよ。いつだって会わせてやるというのに。
When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 goat attendants glittered gold and changed into Kenon. It was definitely a sight to make one doubt their eyes. It was definitely Kenon's face. However, in those eyes, the glint of Kenon's integrity was nowhere to be seen. Not Kenon, shut up! They were hazy eyes of furniture that only obeyed the orders of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene right before his eyes, and he finally understood why Gold and the rest had been unable to talk about what they seen in the servant room.
楽しいですか。
ああ、楽しいぞ。死が引き裂いた二人を再会させるのはいつだって楽しい。死で引き裂いて一度、合わせて二度、もう一度引き裂いて三度楽しめるのだからな。さあ、カノン、姉と遊んでやりなさい。もし痛めつけられたら、思いっきり苦悶の表情を浮かべてやるといい。
Ain't dirty. You know, I just realized I misspelled Saturday in the thing. It's supposed to be an R in Saturday. From the imposter Kenneth's arm, a strangely shining curve extended. He planned to tear Shannon apart with that. With a single stroke, he would attack Shannon, who still hadn't prepared her our end.
許さない。一度ならず、二度までも死者を汚すなんて許せない。
Oh, she's mad. She's having none of it.
小ざくな。弟に殺されろよ、シャーノ。きっといい夢が見られるぜ。
The imposter cannon certainly seemed to lunge at Shannon, drawing several purple curves. But when he flew at her, it was as though some kind of invisible wall had been placed in front of her. The wall repelled the imposter, leaving a bright red ripple on its surface. Oh, it didn't repel him. It smashed him. It knocked him back, turning him to gold dust, into little bits scattering them. Damn, Shannon's power is sick. That foolish furniture who had taken Cannon's form and even disgraced his honor after death broke into countless gold butterflies. And then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces, and those pieces were broken into pieces until there were no longer butterflies, but a golden splash that faded away.
シャロン。
ジョージさんはそこから動かないでください。中心軸をずらしたくない。
Central axis.
これは驚いた。虫一匹殺せない面をしてこれだけの力を見せたか。なるほど。霊境がそなたに力を貸しているというのか。しかしその霊境の本当の力を引き出すには準備も時間もそのどちらもわらわは与えはせぬ。
White butterflies this time. The spirit mirror George gripped let out a divine glow, displaying a strength powerful enough not to submit to the wicked forces, but that glow was no match for this witch's sinister nature.
これだから家具は怖い。予期せずしてタンスの角にぶつける足の小指のような気持ちよ。これだから家具は怖い。
Which was scary because you could stub your toe on it.
家具が。家具。
私は家具じゃない。そしてあなたを今はとても哀れに思う。
何？ほう。1000年の魔女に100年も至らぬ家具が今何と言ったか。
あなたはとても哀れな人。
You're pitiful.
愛し合う二人に未練がないわけがない。でもあなたの期待するような未練はかけらほどもない。
語るか。家具の分際でジョージと結ばれたくてわらわの靴を舐めた日々を忘れてわらわにそれを語るか。
愛に生き泥念を這うが人間。それを嘲笑い見下しているつもりであなたはそれにはるかに
Oh yeah, you tell her.
私は今こそあなたを哀れに思う。愛し合う二人にとって添い遂げることにどれほどの意味が。意味はある。きっとある。でもそれはあなたの言うこととは全然違う。もっと新鮮にしてあなたごとき邪悪が口にする資格もないほどの新鮮な意味がある。だから私にはすでに何の未練もない。ジョージさんと愛を誓い合った。その証として指輪を受け取った。それで永遠の誓いは完了した。あなたがどんな邪悪な魔法や悪意で私たちを災難だとしても永遠は汚さない。
綺麗事を詩人のように語るな。愛は情欲なんだよ。少女漫画見たく綺麗事ばっかりで語れねえんだよ。男どもはお前の匂いに惹かれて群がるウジバエどもなんだよ。そんなこともその年でまだ理解できねえのかよ。お前は失望するぜ。その後ろのメガネ男のどす黒い欲望一度でも覗いちまったらがっかり愕然唖然呆然全然ダメだぜショーノン。ああもういいや語るな家具が。この家具何様のつもりだよ語りやがって。愛なんて結局はど汚ねえ汚物をどう綺麗に見せようかって欺瞞なんだよ。そいつに気づいて人は大人になるんだろう。死ねよクズ。家具スクラップ。お前を汚らわしいウジ虫に変えてやるよ。それでもそのメガネがお前を愛するか試してやるよ。そいつの愛のどぎたねえ現実ってやつを教えてやるよ。死ねよガラクタ
This man.
てめえが愛
John
を語れ
really upset her. Damn, Bear going strong. The invisible column light with sand on the center started to have bright red ripples drawn all over all at once. The wall did its best to withstand the unseeable malice that it tried to road in on them from all directions.
なんだよそれは。抵抗してるつもりかよ。安っぽいんだよ。薄っぺらいんだよ。お前の綺麗事と同じなんだよ。見せかけだけの薄っぺら。見たくないものをベールで覆って隠してるだけなんだよ。まだわかんないのかよ。だから家具なんだよ。家具。ほら削られてるぜ。カリカリコリコリガリガリゴリゴリなんて薄くて情けないんだよ。お前のその薄っぺらな抵抗に比べたら パルミジャーノレッジアーノの方がまだ削るのに苦労がいるぜ。
Jeez. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually began to shade the walls off the column that protected Shannon and George. The bright red ripples frantically drew a resisting pattern, but that just turned it into a red wall of despair that began to wrap the two of them up.
庄司さん、ごめんなさい。
Oh
や
no.
はり私には無理でした。
ありがとう。君は僕のためにそれだけで嬉しいよ。
The round wall that had once protected him was assaulted and covered with a curve of bright red ripples as it seemed to scream. And it began to suck the two of them up instead. And grasped George's hand behind her. So George hugged her shoulders just as strongly.
なんだい。
最後に愛してるって聞かせ。
ああ、さよ。僕は君を永遠に。
Oh, Jesus! My eyes! Oh damn, it stayed red. Freaking Beatrice was having none of that. She was so mad. Was that 9? Couldn't attack physically, so they went for trying to cause a seizure. Drew almost caused one on me, holy. Think they're a bit dead, just a bit? Well, that seems like a decent stopping point. Holy. A lot of stuff going on here. I still don't know what to think about how the freaking puzzles for the servant room and Jessica's room could be handled. But I guess Goda, Shannon, and George are done for. What does that leave? The three of you. Battler, Maria, Rosa, Hinzo, and I guess Genji, unless he dies here. Which did say can kill anyone else extra if she wanted to. And only for next time unless you want to lock it in for 2 more hours. I would probably save it for next time. It might be a little longer than 2 hours, knowing me, probably. Plus, don't we also have the tea party stuff to, like, also do? Surely we're gonna get another one of those. That was a generous estimate. And yeah, we'll save it for next time, next week. Holy. A lot of stuff be happening at the end of this. I guess just like before, I have no ideas on how this could possibly end. Still no ideas on anything for the rooms. Is Beatrice actually gonna show herself in front of Battler? Or is it gonna do a similar thing to like episode 1, where she was there, but the game didn't show off like the portrait at all? That sort of thing? So the servants having like powers and stuff. It's so stupid, so cool, so dumb. I love it. It's so dumb. Let me think. Just gotta beat a portrait flying around? True. I'm wondering if we're gonna have more of that dumb magic energy stuff that the servants have been doing and whatnot in next episodes. Yeah. Can't really think. Guess still ending without any clear thoughts. I don't know how those closed rooms could have been solved. I don't know how the epitaph could be solved. Twilights. 1622. 39? And what? 4151617181. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. Hidden numbers in there. The way to go. Figure it out by episode 8. That's too long. I need to figure it out before. Anyway, I think that's enough freaking thinking from me. I'm not gonna end the stream because I do want to boot up Expedition 33 and play a bit more of that. Probably just do what I did yesterday and just do more exploring around the map. Probably not end up doing any of the story. It's I'm probably just gonna spend way too long fighting things I'm not supposed to fight again. I got rewarded with a 6 sword. But yeah. Take a small break. I guess get bottles of water. I'm done with the coffee here. Yeah, Joe playing Umineko? Or is he playing some other game you were interested in? I already saved, okay. Almost Alt F4 freaking OBS, oops. You were watching both of us already? Choose one. Right, but yeah, Expedition... do that, and also since it's just easier to split, I'm gonna stop stream for a bit so that the VOD splits. I don't want to have to deal with needing to download the VOD and then manually split it and then manually upload it. So give me a second. I'll be back.